I'm Dr. Barry, licensed psychologist, and here I share legal and entertainment news from a psychological perspective. We have been following the Sarah Boone case. So I've been following it for about a year now. Many of you all have probably been following it for even longer. My, we are here. Sarah Boone is going to be taking the stand. The court is currently on a break. This is a live feed of the court. George's family has been waiting over 4.5 years for this. This incident happened in February of 2020, and she has delayed. I didn't see the judge say that she had to give narrative testimony, but it's my understanding that she's going to be testifying in a narrative format. And I am in awe that we are here. I did not know what type of defense she was going to take. I am preparing myself for her to attempt to DARVO, deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. And I think it was this case was the first one that somebody said, you need to talk about DARVO. I think it was one of these cases. I'm almost positive it was Sarah, because she is trying to make herself out to be the victim, and she's the one that the prosecution is attempting to hold legally responsible for George's death. And for anybody that's new to this case, so it looks like Jorge Torres, but he preferred George. That was his wishes. That is what his family called him. He preferred to go by George versus Jorge because that would be the traditional pronunciation, the way his name is spelled. Let me know if you all have questions as we go because wow. Wow. This is wow. This morning we were able to hear the redirect of Detective Chelsea Copsel, and watch her after the jury was dismissed. Um, let's go back. Was she like smiling? I can imagine she was probably kind of smiley. Yep. Okay. So let's go back.
Defense? Any motions?
Judge, we do have some motions, but my client needs a comfort break.
Okay.
If we could do that, because it may be fairly lengthy.
Agreed. Let's go ahead and take that break. Court's going to be in recess for 10 minutes, and then we'll pick up any motion practice at that point in time. Court's going to be off the record. Thank you.
And I took a comfort break as well. So she is going to get shackled. Okay. She's so ready. Wow. This is not Nickelodeon and I don't know. I don't know. I try to understand just so we can break this down from a psychological perspective, but with this one, it can be really, really hard. Just because from what I've seen, she has not shown remorse. Once again, she is dressed in all black today. I personally feel as though some of this is maybe it's blue. It looks like all black to me. It looks performative to me. And I think she only cares about herself, her needs, what she wants, what's best for her. Someone mentioned, because I talked about her objectifying people, and what I mean by that is viewing people as objects instead of as people. And wow. And so if you haven't marked off Sarah smiles at the camera. We definitely got, and I haven't marked it off yet. Where's my pen? I haven't marked off Sarah smiles at the camera yet. I will find my pen. Ah, fell on the floor. Let me see if it's okay, good. So, oh my gosh. And the Boone Go cards, it was just so to not throw things at the TV. I think this is going to be hard to watch and hard to see, especially for George's family. Welcome for becoming a new member. Welcome, welcome. I am thinking about doing a members only chat so that anybody can watch, but maybe only members can chat on Saturday. And then I'm considering doing that. We will see. So I'm still figuring out what this weekend is going to be. This has been a lot of streaming. This has been a lot. My hats off to Emily D. Baker, to streaming from my sofa. So some of you all are here from Paul's channel because he is traveling today. So reporting live from my sofa. I believe his name is Paul. He is traveling in North Carolina today, and he might go live later tonight to talk about the testimony. So hello. If you are from any other stream, so I love supporting all the other channels. I will probably watch Emily D. Baker's coverage later. Thank you, Sarah, for gifting a membership. I will go back and watch The Lawyer You Know. So I watched his coverage of the testimony from yesterday. I really I like hearing other perspectives. And so Notorious Nance, I'm not sure what that means. Oh, Sage. Okay. I was like I was confused by that. Um I am we're just waiting. So court's on a break. It sounds like they're going to do some motions when they come back. I am able to be here until 3:50 p.m. So there will likely be a lunch break. And depending on how many times I pause and how many questions there are, that will determine if we take a lunch break or if we kind of answer questions and hang out and stay here through lunch. Make sure to take your comfort break, use the bathroom, get some snacks. Yes, narcissists often see others as extensions of themselves. And when those people stop giving them the validation, the attention, whatever they need, they can often turn on them and discard them so easily. Um, it can be quite problematic. I like talking about the fact that narcissism is a spectrum, just because so some it can go from just some traits to some features to narcissistic personality disorder. I do not know Sarah's diagnosis, and I think they're going to get to the expert testimony tomorrow. But let's not forget, I think today Sarah is going to have to say something that makes this self-defense, because it's my understanding she's still saying she did not intend for him to die. She intended to protect him herself because she was so upset. She's been studying the wheel of violence, and that's just so ridiculous to me because I think she engaged in a lot of coercive control with George. When you talk about her idea of cheating was, I wonder if it was just like him, like liking somebody's post on Instagram or something. That's my understanding. So it's my understanding that one of the papers she's been looking is the wheel that's my understanding. That's what people have said in the chat, and that she has that I think she has a battered spouse book, a battered woman book on counsel's table. So the judge is laying a phenomenal record. So Notorious Nance asks, do you think she will file ineffective assistance of counsel when she's found guilty? So the judge is strategically asking her, are you happy with your defense? Are are you happy with what they're presenting? He's asking her those questions. She is putting it on the record that she is happy. So now would be the time. If she was unhappy with her defense, she would have to say it now, and she has not said that. I think somebody's, is blocking the camera for a second. Yeah, yeah. So somebody saw a photo of her looking at the wheel of power and control. Yeah. So that's what I was referring to. I think we're about to get started. Yes, the prosecution is going to cross-examine her. They can also object if she tries to introduce things that's hearsay
Back on the record,
that she
2020
shouldn't say.
CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Appearances for the state.
Yes, sure, on behalf of the state.
We are live.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone. Tony Henderson.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Do we have any motions? You may proceed. Yes, sir.
You know, at this time, the defense would move for a judgment acquittal.
Huh?
I'm going to start with just a real quick couple of comments, Your Honor. We know that JOA motions have become essentially pro forma, which may be why I've been assigned this responsibility today. But in this instance, I want to make an argument that I think has some merit. I've been paying close attention to the testimony in this case, and I want to point a couple things out. First of all, we know that the court has essentially assumed the role and is assigned the role of becoming a gatekeeper in this matter. We know from the testimony that's been presented in this matter that not only did law enforcement, but also the Office of the State Attorney had knowledge of these parties prior to the event having occurred. And despite that, the state has proceeded with this prosecution based upon a criminal information as opposed to having taken it to the grand jury. That kind of places the court in a special position to evaluate the nature of the evidence that's been presented. I want to focus on the second-degree murder allegation. And one thing that occurred to me while watching the evidence as it was presented, watching the videos, particularly the interrogation, was
Okay.
part of the dialogue between Ms. Boone as well as Detective Scott Lowen at the end of the interrogation. And I'm going to paraphrase. I apologize. I should have written this down verbatim. I did not. But she's advised that she is being placed under arrest.
Yes.
Something to that effect. And her response is, why are you doing this? The detective's response to Ms. Boone is, because George is dead.
I'm sorry.
Because George is dead. That's not enough.
And there's a
It's not
video
enough to
of you
support
taunting him?
a second-degree murder, prosecution, conviction, or should it even be enough to allow this matter to go to the jury? Now, there are three elements of the second-degree murder information. The first is that the victim is dead, that Mr.
Yes.
Torres is dead. We stipulated to his identity. There has been no argument to the fact or the idea that he died in this incident. However, the state also has to show that it was caused by a criminal act and that the act was imminently dangerous and demonstrated a depraved mind. Now, the fact that it was imminently dangerous, I think, is belied by the fact that Jorge Torres voluntarily entered the suitcase, albeit under the influence of alcohol. But the perception of dangerousness that's attributable to the victim, apparently he did not perceive it to be a dangerous or imminently dangerous situation in having entered the suitcase.
I don't think he knew Sarah wasn't going to let him out. She refused to let him out.
Possibly because of the influence of alcohol on his capacity to make decisions, should necessarily be attributed to the defendant as well. But I also want to focus on the depravity issue, which the state must prove. And pursuant to the jury instruction in this matter, depravity is is made the equivalent of ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. And that's not enough. Not only does the state have to show depravity, but it has to show, because it's in the conjunctive, that the act demonstrates an indifference to human life.
It did.
The state has presented testimony and argument in this matter, not argument, but
Doing
testimony
his job.
that in fact George Torres was suffering.
He was
Suffering does not equal hatred. It does not equal ill will.
saying F you.
And even if they were
For all
to
you've done for
establish
me.
negligence, that's not homicidal. We know that suffering is something that the courts have been very, very cognizant of and very sensitive to. We know it from the field of capital punishment and incarceration. The idea that somebody suffers is not in and of itself homicidal, nor should it support the idea that there was indifference to the life of George Torres by Sarah Boone.
There was.
Was she angry?
Yes.
I think there's clear evidence that she was angry. But that's not hatred. And that's the element that has to be proven here. And I don't think that there is prima facie case that in fact that she demonstrated hatred so much as she demonstrated anger.
Get rid of him.
Doesn't establish a prima facie case of second-degree murder. It's for those reasons, Your Honor, that I think that this matter should be, the motion for JOA as to second-degree murder should be granted, and this matter should be allowed to proceed solely on a manslaughter charge because, in fact, they have not established prima facie elements as required by law. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Response.
Yes, thank you. Standard at this time is just a prima facie case, whether any trier of fact in taking all the facts in the light most favorable to the state and the inferences drawn from them establish the elements of the crime. There are three elements to this crime. George Torres is dead has been established by a prima facie case. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sarah Boone that has been established. There was an unlawful killing of George Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life.
Yes.
An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an
She's claiming self-defense. Like, how can, okay.
act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another.
Yes.
It's not Miss Boone's subjective statements on February 25th. I had no idea you could die from being zipped into a suitcase for 13, 15 minutes before she goes to bed. 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. We heard what she said. The 2-minute video starting at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds should be linked in Merriam-Webster's digital dictionary for the definition of depraved mind. Fuck you. I don't care. Laughing is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Sarah, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Judge, there's no question that a prima facie case has been laid. In addition to the 2-minute video and then the 22-second video 11 minutes later, we also have the defendant's inconsistent statements that she has made in regards to these events. And therefore, we have that factual issue for the jury to decide. She made statements on the 911 call and to law enforcement, both on the 24th and 25th, that I have no idea what happened. I just went to sleep. Everything was good. And then when confronted with her video on the 25th, we see that there are two distinctly different sets of statements that were made. So this is sufficient at this stage in time for a jury question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other additional argument, Mr. Beck?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you both for your arguments. The court, in viewing the light most favorable to the state, Court finds that the state has presented competent but rebuttal evidence to establish each of the elements of the charge contained in the information to the required level of a prima facie showing. As such, the defense's motion for a judgment of acquittal is denied. Defense, do you intend on putting on a case?
Yes,
Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you.
Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
In a normal criminal trial, my position has always been to put on the defendant last.
Owens interrupts judge.
Photographs, and then the client would be the last person to testify. Because of the nature of this charge and our defense, self-defense and battered spouse, we understand that we have to put on her first, Sarah first, and the court to then consider whether or not we've established enough evidence for self-defense instruction. So she's gonna have to be going first as the witness. I'm gonna need a few moments with her based on everything that's going on and based on that denial of that motion for judgment of acquittal. To just
No.
go through it again, because I know you're gonna ask to colloquy about all that. So, I'm gonna need a few moments. with her.
Why isn't he ready now?
Maybe for the 3 lawyers, 4 lawyers, to meet with her. I don't know if we can do it here or maybe back there. But just
I'm so
a short
confused.
meeting.
Sure, I'll give you that opportunity, but before you do that, ma'am, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your attorneys in this case. Mr. Owens has identified for the court his normal practice of calling a defendant last in a criminal case. In this case, he has advised that he wants to call you first. Without going into any discussions of any strategy that you've had with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy that Mr. Owens and your team will be utilizing in your defense?
Yes,
And are you in agreement with that strategy?
yes.
All right, counselor, you can have that opportunity to speak to her. The court will remain here. I don't know if they can, Officer Jones, can we let them back to have that conversation? Okay, all right. You can go back and have that conversation. The court will remain here. We'll be in a short recess for approximately 10 minutes. Thank you.
So Owens asked for a brief moment for him and the attorneys to talk to Sarah Boone because they were not granted that acquittal or like whatever they asked for. And so, yeah. Let me see if I can boost it at all. I don't. I have a pretty thing that's supposed to boost, but I don't really I don't want to touch any buttons. So that's where we are. And they have to put on Sarah first because she has to say something that rises to the level of self-defense. And I think her attorney just wants to have an idea of what she's going to say. Yeah. And the judge is making sure, Sarah Boone, is this your choice? And yeah. The headphones helped me hear him. I don't know. Yeah. And I think she is going to give narrative testimony. So if she's just up there talking, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. Hello, Lisa. You have your popcorn ready. I hope your recovery goes well. I wonder how long they're going to take to have this conversation with her. Cuz is she going to be on the stand for like an hour before they break for lunch? Cuz they're probably going to break for lunch at some point. I do think so. I don't think Sarah is going to lose it. So, Christina, welcome back. The defense submitted a motion to, y'all know I'm not a lawyer. It's minor. They wanted the case to be thrown out, not a mistrial, but like acquittal. They didn't think the state had proven the second degree Okay. But the judge didn't deny that. So now Owen says that he needs to talk with Sarah. Him and the other 3 lawyers need to have a conversation with her. Judgment of acquittal. Thank you, Christy. I'm not a lawyer. I like talking I like watching these things. Summary judgment. So he wanted the judge they didn't want this to go to the jury. They have proven this a million times over, along with her own statements. She said she zipped him. It's not like he just got in the suitcase on his own and zipped himself up himself. He didn't zip himself in there. She said she zipped him in there. We will see how her story has changed. We will see. We will see. And they couldn't have had a chat with her on the last comfort break? Okay. But, so I can share the news of Carly Gregg. So Carly Gregg is a case that I covered here. She was 14 years old when she unalived her mom and also, attempted with her, attempted her stepfather. I have to be careful with words on the YouTubes. And so, um, the judge denied the motion. I'm sorry, like this thing, it won't go away. Like ads. Like, let's see if I make it bigger. It just makes the ad bigger. Okay. So a judge denied a motion for a new trial for Carly Gregg, the teenager convicted of unaliving her mother and injuring her stepfather. Her attorneys filed a new motion last month, arguing new evidence had been discovered. They also argued that her dad said something in a interview with a news station, and then that news station was like, "Wait a minute, why would you say we said like that?" He reported that she had past thoughts of unaliving herself when she was 7 or 8 or something and had received equestrian therapy. When if you watch the interview, he said she received that, I think maybe for but he didn't say anything about thoughts of unaliving herself. And his interview was, ooh, it was a lot. That is a members only video that is out there. If you haven't seen it yet, I did a reaction to his video. He seems like he has some stuff going on in his life, and yes, all right. Runkle of the Bailey griped last night about YouTube's deplorable context AI for naughty words. Yeah. So my last 2 videos on this case have both gotten ad restricted, and I don't even fight it anymore. Cuz cases that are graphic and that have difficult details, I don't even fight it. So I do this for fun. So I enjoy being here with you all. I have a real job, not real, but like so I'm not a full-time streamer. So um the YouTube AdSense money lets me be able to like, you know, do fun vacations with my family and stuff. And so yeah, that's what it is. But, all right. I love being here though, Sarah. Like, I'm so glad that I'm able to be here today. Um, I thought I was maybe gonna have an appointment at this time, and, so everything worked out. I will be in session all day tomorrow, so I will not be able to stream tomorrow, but I will, I have some breaks in my day on Thursday that I'll be able to stream a little. Um, yes, yes, yes. All right. I appreciate you all. Let me know if you all have questions. I do want us to prepare. She is going to make George seem bad. She is going to allege essay, and I don't know if she's going to go into the details of that. So within the last since Friday, that was the first time I heard allegations that George essayed her. And um that's problematic to me. Um I don't think that Sarah is ruining it for victims of DV because we can all see through what she's saying and what she's doing. I do think it was mutual. I do think there was definitely a problematic relationship, but I don't believe it was just all George and he's the monster that they're trying to make him. I don't think he was. He was the one that played with her son. He was the one that, nobody ever saw her outside playing with her son. Now, I think she liked to do crafts and games and stuff like that. I definitely agree, Sarah, that she is an antagonizer, and it's gonna be interesting to see because in my personal opinion, she comes off as a covert narcissist, and with covert narcissism, that's where um they might seem shy, humble, or introverted. There's manipulation, fragile ego, lack of empathy, need for attention, blaming others, emotional blackmail, inflated sense of overimportance, and open tearfulness, but it's a shallow emotion. It doesn't go deep. So they may appear vulnerable by openly being tearful, but their sadness may be mixed with rage. And that was all brought to you by Search Labs AI Overview over on Google Chrome. And so, definitely a pathological liar. We have seen that, and she's gonna try to say that she lied because she was scared. She lied because and she didn't seem scared to me, and everybody shows fear different. I think she was anxious. I think she was anxious of, being found guilty. Like, I think the worst thing in the world for her is being viewed as a murderer. Like, that would be the worst thing in the world for her. Instead of just accepting that phenomenal manslaughter deal and not having to drag your name through the mud like this. I think she thinks she's winning. I think she thinks she's doing well. And this is not going well for her, in my personal opinion. She's definitely afraid of consequences of her actions. She doesn't like consequences. So, she wants Brian to continue to pay her alimony. It's like, "Ma'am, why would" like, they wanna call him hostile because he stopped paying her alimony while she's been in jail for the last 4 like, what? I think he just did that in the last year. I think he paid the alimony up until a certain point. I think he paid for her first lawyer. I hope the state I don't know if the state will bring that up. Oh, she doesn't show any appreciation, and the minute you give her, this much, she takes this much. It's like, ah, oy, oy. We're about to get started. Some people are concerned he might have to pay into escrow until it's settled. I don't know what their civil case is. Um, I do hope that he proceeds. If she is found guilty, I hope that he proceeds with getting full sole custody of their child. And because I don't think their child wants anything to do with her, and that made Sarah mad. Like, Sarah thought Brian should make their child talk to her, and no, no, ma'am, no. Mm. Wow. I don't know if that's true. I don't I wouldn't be surprised. Um, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Yeah. And so Afton, to me, she doesn't take accountability for what her child is going through. Like, it's my understanding he was teased at school because people found out that the charges against his mom. Like, okay, cool. Runkle and Rob talked about the alimony issue and why it can't go to court until after the criminal trial is over. Yes. And Rob is a family attorney, and I think he does a lot in family court. And similar to Ruby Frankie, to all of the other like some of the other parents I've covered, their family court case couldn't be resolved until their criminal case was resolved. Yes, Tanika, she's on top of all this, and we are trying to do Misha, Janice, me, and Tanika tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I know Janice and I have both confirmed. I'm still waiting to see if that works for Tanika too. And so, um, and I will have that scheduled if we end up doing that tonight. Yep, we're trying to do a collab tonight. So we will see if that happens, talking more about this. Oh, it was a few days ago. He was that close to turning 14. Oh, yes. Tanika's 2 cents has covered Sarah Boone's logs. That's how I found out about the staples that she takes out of something. Like, she's taking the staples. It wouldn't surprise me because somebody mentioned it in the chat that she might be taking them out of the daily devotional, but she uses those to make her jail uniform fit more snug. Yes. So, oh, okay. So that y'all automatically turn over to that. So I haven't confirmed it with Tanika yet. I will share it to the community tab if that's okay. I think that'll be my third notification for today. Let's see. I will redirect you all to that one, but if it gets canceled, because I haven't we haven't all three confirmed yet. So that's supposed to happen, but we haven't all confirmed. So I'll just redirect you all to it. I make little noises when there's nothing, and that's what we have right now. We have space and time. Edit, redirect, custom. Okay. All right. So I will redirect you all there. Somebody started a song, I would finish it. For some reason, Blame It on the Alcohol came to my mind, and I wonder why. I wonder why. Oh, so incarcerated parents still have parental rights, so they can still attend virtually. So if they want to be involved with their child's education, they do not automatically lose their rights when they're incarcerated. They often give somebody else. So let's say a full-time parent was incarcerated, they could give guardianship to somebody else while they were incarcerated, and then when they came out, as long as Child Protective Services isn't involved for any reason. But yes, I have it linked in the. Let me see if it'll do it. Did I add that to Nightbot? If I added that to Nightbot, that would be awesome. So Nightbot just did the link for channel membership. Thank you, Chris. I'm bad with names. Kim. All right. And so we are still waiting. Mary had a little lamb. Oy. Yeah. And so parents can still have visitation. In Virginia, they have a program for kids of incarcerated parents where they can have like a dad and daughters dance, because for those children go through a lot. So they didn't do anything wrong. The adult made a choice, but it affects the kids. So on the adverse childhood experiences scale, one of the 10 are, has a parent ever been incarcerated? That is an adverse child experience. I've also had people lie to children before, say that a parent was going off to like school or they were going away to treatment, but they were really incarcerated. I've also worked with clients where they were aware that their parent is or was incarcerated, and we just kind of work through like the anxiety or the emotions that kind of happen because of that. Some kids visit their parent in jail. Some parents appropriate, like they're like, I don't want them to see me here. They don't do a visitation. Everybody's different. All right. Wow. We are waiting. Oh, so I like working with people that come from hard places. And that doesn't excuse anything. So I work with a lot of trauma survivors. Everybody I work with chooses to be in my office. So they are choosing to get help. I don't work with individuals that are court ordered. I have in the past. I don't enjoy it. And so, because sometimes people, they're just trying to check a box. I have done court ordered evaluations before, and I'll never forget, there was an individual that wasn't answering my questions. Like they thought they could just come to the appointment and that would be enough. And it's like, no. In order for me to say that you participated, you don't have to tell me everything. Like you can be guarded, but like you have to give me something. And so I got friends in low place, but you said hard places. I told you, if you start the song, I might finish it. But I enjoy this work, and I come from it from a non-judgmental perspective. I have boundaries with all clients, so I don't accept like friend requests from client. And but like you have to say this. Um, I don't. A friend of mine told me a situation of a therapist that wanted to attend their client's wedding, and my rule for that is if I wouldn't do it for everyone, I don't do it for one client. Because when I'm doing these special things for that one client, that can blur boundaries, and boundaries are incredibly important to me. It helps me feel safe, it helps clients feel safe. Um, I had an individual, a child. I was working with a child, and they came and sat on my lap, and I was like, "Oh, nope." Like, and the parent was in the room, and like we talked about, nope. Like, so my like, and they're like, I just, and they didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't, they didn't do anything inappropriate. It was just, I'm a doctor. You don't, nope. Like, there are so much seating in this office. I will sit on the floor. Like, nope. Like that's just a no for me. Um,
We're back on the record. Case number 2020.
but I've mentioned it before. I've worked with clients that have had therapists blur boundaries, and that's why boundaries are just so important to me. Let's get back to this case.
CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State, appearances for the record.
Dave Kester on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense?
James Owens from Ms. Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same black blazer and dark blue blouse from this morning. She is in custody, however, not wearing any restraints, so she'll be able to stand when our jury enters. And if she is called to testify in this matter, she will be able to walk to the witness stand. Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you. Similarly to our conversations earlier today, I don't want to know about any of the substance of any conversations you've had with your attorneys, just whether or not you've had certain conversations. So far, you've been present throughout the entire trial process. You've been seated at counsel's table. You've had the opportunity to observe the evidence presented by the state, as well as the direct and cross-examination of the state's witnesses. Are you satisfied with your attorney up and until this point?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions again about specific conferences and conversations you have with your attorneys. I don't want to know those specifics, just whether or not those things have been had. Have you had the opportunity to discuss with your attorneys whether or not you would like to testify as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to discuss that matter with your attorneys?
No.
Have your attorneys discussed with you the potential benefits and potential harms of testifying as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the advice from your counsels?
Yes.
Do you understand that attorneys can make most of the decisions about trial strategy? They cannot determine whether or not a defendant testifies or not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Not even the court can interfere with the defendant's right to make that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that it is your decision and your decision alone?
Yes.
While counsel can give you advice on whether or not it would be wise for you to testify in this case, do you understand that you can ignore counsel's advice because the final decision is yours?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you hear me explain to the jury at the beginning of the trial how the right to remain silent is absolute, and the fact that a defendant did not testify cannot be considered as evidence of guilt or influence their verdict in any way?
Yes.
Before a jury begins its deliberations, the court will read another jury instruction if you decide not to testify. This instruction orders the jury not to consider your silence as evidence of guilt or to consider your decision at all. Would you like me to read that instruction for you at this time?
Yes.
It is instruction 3.9a, entitled Defendant Not Testifying. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Do you have any questions about this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you are waiving your right to remain silent?
Yes.
That means once you begin to answer questions, you have to answer all questions unless I instruct you not to answer a question. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You cannot pick and choose which questions you want to answer and not answer. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you refuse to answer any questions, the court can impose sanctions, such as holding you in contempt, striking your entire testimony, and instructing the jury not to consider any of your testimony? Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you choose to testify, you will also be subject to cross-examination and impeachment. That means the state could ask you about any prior felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty if you have any such convictions. If you have any such convictions, the questions will be limited to whether you have such convictions and the number of same. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you aware if you have any such convictions?
Yes.
State, are you aware of any felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty?
No, I believe she's answering an affirmative. She's aware that she doesn't.
Okay, so you have no such convictions. Okay, thank you for that clarifications, ma'am.
The state speaks Sarah Boone.
As there are no convictions, and that number is not in dispute, the state will not be permitted to inquire into those matters. Have you had enough time to discuss your decision to testify or not testify with your attorneys?
Yes.
Again, do you need any additional time?
No.
Has anyone forced you, threatened you to get you to testify or not testify in this case?
No.
Has anyone made any promises to you to get you to testify or not testify in this case?
No.
Are you satisfied with your counsel's advice so far in this case?
Yes.
Are you making this decision freely and voluntarily?
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to testify in this case?
No.
Would you like to testify or not testify as a witness in this case?
Testify.
Okay. And ma'am, similarly, after you've had the opportunity to converse with your lawyers again, I want to confirm that you're on board with the strategy that they've utilized in your defense in this case,
Yes, I understand.
including calling you first.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to remind you, ma'am, that you can change your mind. You just have to let your lawyers know before the jury comes back in. Do you understand?
Yes.
State, anything else we need to address?
Just that the law of the case is that there should be testimony from the defendant of an overt act that particular day before there is testimony about reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or any of the ancillary things that come with self-defense.
Holland case speaks for itself. Anything further?
I do want to talk about that, but as it relates to her right to remain silent or testify, I have nothing about that.
Okay, then what do we need to address with regard to Holland?
Well, I've got three issues. One is Holland. The other is I've got these gloves. My client and I would like to take a few moments to look at the suitcase and to look at that. And then the third thing is that the state had filed that motion for the in-camera hearing. I don't know. Maybe we need to hear that before she testifies.
Court's not going to address that at this time.
Okay.
We'll address that later in the proceedings.
So the two things, number one, of course, I've got a lot of photographs about the prior violence that Jorge Torres committed on Sarah
It can't come in until she talks about an overt act, is my understanding.
Boone, and there is a dispute about whether or not I have to establish an overt act that she responded to, that she considered an imminent threat,
Yes.
and that she took evidence or she took action to either block or physically restrain Jorge Torres from committing an act of violence on her. But Judge, if you'll remember, during the 2-hour interrogation, the officers make mention that they are aware of the prior incidences of violence. So I believe the door has been open,
Smart.
that I can go into that based on those statements by the two detectives. If you remember, they introduced this 2-hour video. She says, he comes at me all the time. I think eventually Sarah Boone realized that they had her phone and they were going to see pictures. They were going to see videotapes of evidence that Jorge Torres committed acts of violence on Sarah Boone.
She wanted them to look at her phone. She specifically asked them to look for those.
I think at that point she changed her tone about George. She was trying to protect George, but then she realized she would have to disclose some of the acts that had been committed
She had already.
on her by Jorge Torres. And so she did talk about him coming at me, and we've had issues before. And the officers gave, I can't remember exactly what they said, but yeah, we're well aware of, I don't know if they said the prior acts or we're aware of the domestic violence, whatever the case may be. I submit that opens the door. That was during their case in chief. They chose to play that entire video. And so I think I can talk about the prior bad acts before the event in question chronologically. And I've got
This is why the state was so careful and they didn't ask Brian about her prior violence towards him. Because a lot of people were upset that the state didn't ask, because he said that when she drank that she would like scratch it, like that she would get aggressive with him. And I think the state was intentionally not trying to open any of these doors. That would make it easier for this stuff to come in.
Of course, I've got a bunch of photographs that go into physical evidence of her injuries as a result of George's violence.
Okay. Response, if any.
Judge, we're asking for the court to maintain its ruling. We already read an instruction that the police are allowed to tell her things to try and get reactions from her. She affirmatively denied there was an overt act that night to the police. The court in its ruling pre-trial, trying to get some guidance on this, reviewed Ms. Boone's most recent statements on the matter, and there is no overt act.
Yeah.
Thus testified to. So we are hopeful that we will maintain.
So the defense didn't even ask Brian so they didn't even cross-examine Brian. They decided to hold that until later. And so Brian, I think, is definitely coming back to the stand.
That ruling, and I don't know how it prejudices her or her team in any way to establish an overt act on February 23rd, 2020, before we go into reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or battered spouse evidence.
Any other further argument, Mr. Owens? All right. I don't find that the officer's statements are character evidence, and you're looking for specific instances of conduct, which are going to be utilized for those specific purposes for reputation or violence to establish the fear component that the case law speaks a lot about. Florida Supreme Court decision in Holland is clear that that overt act needs to be established before any of that evidence is submitted. I don't find that it's an opening of the door, and I'm going to rely on what the Florida Supreme Court has told us to do.
Judge, I've got to get the clerk to mark some photographs, and then my client and I need to take that suitcase out of that box.
It's not going to be until
and
after lunch.
Inspect it, play with the zipper a little bit, and then also take that bat out of that paper bag and inspect it before she testifies.
Any response?
I'm just confused why we haven't utilized the nearly half an hour or more that the court has been off the bench to get these photographs marked. The defense team has been on board for quite some time. They did not request a second evidence view of the physical evidence.
They could have.
Boone already had an opportunity to do while she was pro se. It's 11:25. We need to try the case.
Let's go.
Judge, I think that she had that evidence view, I think with Billy Lane. I believe that was the day after I filed my notice of appearance, or maybe it was the day I filed my notice of appearance. I don't remember exactly, but it had already been previously scheduled. I was in Milton.
That's not the court's fault. She has already been able to examine this evidence. No, but that's just my thought.
So they went ahead and did it that morning I believe at the jail. I believe the evidence,
Any particular reason why it hasn't been done in the last 45 minutes
because
when I sent my jury out?
I've been meeting with my client about her rights to testify or not, and other related matters. So in terms of not giving her this evidence,
In terms of anything that the state just discussed.
I've just been busy with my client.
Okay. How much time do you need in order to pre-mark these exhibits and look at the baseball bat and the suitcase, which have been entered into evidence?
Probably 30 minutes to an hour.
I would think 15 minutes.
I'm very concerned because it is
Almost one.
11:25 and I discharged our jury some time ago. And I don't want to be in a position where we have to break in the middle of testimony.
May I suggest that we just take an early lunch? It's
Yeah.
11:30. Let's take an early lunch. We've got witnesses coming this afternoon anyway. If her testimony ends before 5, we've got 1 or 2 witnesses that are here. And then I believe tomorrow is Wednesday. We've got Dr. Brannon. It's going to be here first thing Wednesday morning. And then I believe Dr. Harper's not going to be here till Thursday morning. So we're going to have a little gap in time unless we've got to put on several officers about prior acts and all that. But I think for purposes of this, Judge, in the abundance of caution, I feel like I need to go over this evidence with my client before she testifies. And I have not had a chance to view that evidence other than seeing it here today. But
And Friday,
I need to do that with her.
Monday.
Okay. Can the parties approach for a moment?
Oh my gosh. I'm going to go to live. Oh my gosh. This. So we might end up getting a break for lunch. I might have to pop a second bag of popcorn. Sonia, I'm with you. We had a comfort break. We had, I need to talk to my client break. And now, but he did say yesterday that he wanted her to be able to inspect the suitcase. He did say that, but why aren't these things marked? So are we going to break until 12:30? Is that what's going to happen? Oh my gosh. Judge K. To me, the state has done a very tight case. Now they have had more time to prepare than Owens has had, but still. Killing me, Smalls. Oh, who's in the gallery? I think sometimes she smiles back at Billy. I don't know. It's been weird. I wonder if that's some of George's family. Anybody see Jules? Did Jules make it today? Jules is a true crime. I think she got media credentials. I thought that was Jules, like on the front row. I thought that was Jules. Let me go back. I think right here in the red. Hey Jules. That's hilarious. It doesn't take much to amuse me. It does not take much to amuse me at all. I I oh. Um, so Jules is just a true crime person that follows it. Oh, and Joel. Joel was over there too. Cool. I found Jules with the Maya, the taking care of Maya case. Maya Kowalski. And then Joel from Surviving the Survivor is there too. She's tweeting live about it. Cool. Let me see if I can find her Twitter. Um, you can't. Let me see if I can find. I have a Twitter, but I don't use it. I don't understand. Ooh, notorious Jewel, but it's blind_faith 1423. So I'll put Jules's. Oh, I found a new way to. I didn't mean to do that. to change my view. I will put her. Yes, thank you. You did it faster than I did. So, and Jules said, "We have heavy presence of security now, unlike any other day for the Sarah Boone trial." Wow. Mr. J is pissed that Mr. Owens wants to take out the suitcase and bat. Yeah, so she is live tweeting. Mr. Owens is doing a lot of pacing. He finally sat down. Mr. Owens seems like he has a lot of energy. Hidden True Crime, they are covering the Delphi case. So yes, Lauren is in Delphi covering that case. And I think Dr. John, he's probably working. But yeah. Were y'all able to hear that phone ring? Because it came through here. Did y'all hear the phone ring? Because I need to turn off a notification if y'all could hear that ring. Okay, yeah. So let me go ahead and turn off. Let me figure out sounds. Oy, oy. I don't even think I have Google Voice open. I don't think I do. Let me figure out notifications. Sounds. Okay, so let me figure out. Let's do focus. I don't want any notifications right now. Let me know if y'all have any questions in the chat. I will go back and add some. I will add, what's the word? Some timestamps later. We are just waiting. I would think we could just proceed with this. I don't understand why she needs to examine the suitcase again. I don't see why. Maybe if I put my phone. I think airplane mode, I think it would still ring.
It is 11:35. Councils have matters that they need to address with Madam Clerk for the pre-marking of exhibits, along with the review of the suitcase and back, which were previously entered into evidence. I'm going to bring based on the agreement of the parties, I'm going to bring our jury panel in at this time, release them for lunch, give them a similar instruction to the instructions they've been provided earlier, and we will commence promptly at 1 o'clock this afternoon. State, any disagreement with the battle plan so far? Same question, Mr. Owens. All right, let's go ahead and stand back, bring back in our panel.
Let me know in the chat if y'all would want to trial hop and go over, talk about the Leilani case. So we have like an hour and a half. So I'm here. I don't have anything else to do. If y'all would like to stay on and chat, if you could put a 1. If you'd rather take a break and come back at 1 p.m., put a 2. So if you'd want to talk about the Leilani trial, I have not talked about this one here. It is a very, very difficult case. So we can do that for this break, and then we can come back. Okay. And if anybody wants to take a break, you can, because I'm seeing a lot of 1s. So I think we're going to do Leilani. So it's an hour and a half. It's 11:38 right now, a.m. And he's saying coming back at 1 p.m. That's an hour and a half. They never start on time. Because if he says 1:30, or does he say 1 p.m.? Yeah, if he says 1 p.m., I think if it said 1:30, I meant 1 p.m. So, but it's 11:38 a.m. Eastern, and he's saying to come back. Yeah, so let's talk about the Leilani case.
Jury entering.
And we can go from there. I want to talk about the brother first. The brother's testimony was. Let me find that.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, sir.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? I thank you all can be seated. Members of the jury, again, once you're seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Matters with counsel took a little bit longer than we anticipated. We're going to take an earlier break today. It's 11:35. We anticipate the defense putting on a case this afternoon, and we don't want to get into it and then have to break a half an hour into it. So we're going to go ahead and take that break at this time. I'm going to give you a similar instruction as I've read to you over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I thank you for your time and your service and your attentiveness, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you.
Jury exiting.
1 p.m.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you.
I want to see if they do
State
it
and the
in
defense, if you could please review those items and please mark every defense exhibit at this time with Madam Clerk, and I will see you all to commence promptly at 1 p.m. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Okay. And so, wow. Wow, wow, wow. 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 Y'all. Thank y'all for joining to the 166 of you that are here. We are about to shift from Sarah Boone coverage over to Leilani because we have a moment, we have time. So we are going to switch over to that case. This is a very, very difficult case. And if you follow the lawyer you know, Grizzly True Crime was a guest on his podcast and they talked about this case. And I think they also talked about the Madeline Soto case. I think those were the two that they covered. Guten Abend from Germany. So welcome, welcome. And if you this is a difficult, so if you want to hop off and come back, please do. With the Leilani case, she is accused of being involved. I think she's charged with murder and multiple a lot of she's charged with lying because her testimony changed so many times. Her ex testified in the case and he seemed to show more emotion about the loss of her child because that was not his child. They had her youngest child is from the two of them. She has made a lot of her emotions have went up and down in the recorded interviews. So they have the recorded interviews for her. And I also wanted to show this video that was recorded. Let me see if I can find an overview, just a quick overview of this case. Let's see. I'm seeing most of the trial coverage. I want something shorter, just like a quick overview. Um, very, very troubling case because it's just the allegation is that something happened in the home and she put him in the car and there is video of her putting something in the dumpster. He was only 20 months old and he was found in like they had to search the landfills. The prosecution does not know how he died. Okay. They do not know because what the remains they were able to find, it wasn't enough to determine a cause of death because of what happened to his body with the trash compactor and all of that process. And so thank you. He can DM me on Instagram, or he can, but yes, so, but, let me go on ahead and switch to do a quick overview. Let me see. All right. So Court TV has a overview. If you're watching on replay and this part is out, it's because like there was an issue with this video. Hopefully this video will stay. All right. So I've already given, oh, I'm not sharing my screen. There we go. So please head out if you can't do like this is a horrific case. I wanted to include substance issues. It sounds to me like she had issues about it sounds like she despised her children. There's a lot that's come into this case. So let's watch this and then let's talk about it.
Quentin and discarding his body in a dumpster is standing trial for her alleged crimes. And today, her live-in boyfriend, who wasn't the father of Quentin, testifies against Leilani Simon about their relationship, their drug use, and the day that little Quentin was last seen.
The night of October 4th, you were at home with the children under the influence while she's out getting more drugs, correct?
Yes.
If you got cocaine, you share.
Yeah.
And if she got it, she'd share.
No.
No.
No. She was selfish.
And in Alpharetta, Georgia, Gary Ferris was found dead in
Wow. So she only got it for herself. And wow. Wow. And not that, but like, wow. And she tried to lie and say that when she left the house, that it was to get Oragel from a friend because she had had a tooth pulled that day. And that friend, of course, said, no, she didn't come to me to get Oragel. And so she used Cash App to pay her dealer. Okay. So how do they know what she did? She paid her dealer with Cash App. She tried to say that she owed the dealer $20, and that's why she did it. Thank you. She had her wisdom teeth pulled that day. And with this case, she just, and I don't even think, like, if you have your wisdom teeth pulled, you're normally not going to put Oragel. Like, I don't know. I had my wisdom teeth pulled, and wow, I wouldn't put Oragel on it, but good gosh. All right. And he seemed remorseful to me. He seemed like he I wish it's just
a burn pile on July 5th, 2018. At first, it seemed like Gary had suffered a tragic accident until detectives discovered.
Well, that's the Melody Ferris case. I am following that one too. So, okay. If you all watch Recovery Addict, Recovery Addict ended up coming into accidentally. So a witness in the Melody Ferris case said they were watching the man in the corner with the headphones on Court TV, but it wasn't Court TV. It was actually, they were watching Recovery Addict stream. And he came up with a hypothesis of, what if Melanie Ferris, what if she got the weapon from this particular person's house? And that person has been missing their weapon all this time. And they called, and like all of that might come in. So Recovery Addict has a stream talking about that. Let's skip ahead to go back to this case.
Swept the country back in 2022. Leilani Simon was 22 years old at the time. She was living with her mother and her then boyfriend, Danny Young.
And her mother was away on like a business trip or something, and Leilani had lost custody of her boys. So she had Quentin and then I think one older child, and Leilani was not supposed to have custody of them. CPS had been involved, and she was not supposed to have them.
And the child that they shared together was one of the children there in the home, and also her other two small children from previous relationships. Now, 2 years later, Leilani is 24 years old, and she is standing trial for the murder of her middle child, Quentin Simon, who just 20 months old is when he died. And the question still remains, even though we have this trial, even though we have heard from many witnesses on the stand for the state, it's still unclear exactly what happened to Quentin. How did he die? And yesterday we heard from an important witness, Danny Youngkin. He testified about the last day Quentin Simon would have been seen alive. He was the live-in boyfriend. He was there day in and day out. And he was on direct examination yesterday, but today he came back into court for cross-examination by Leilani's attorney. And Youngkin described the drug and alcohol use that was going on in the very bedroom that the couple shared with their small child.
How often would you drink?
Daily.
How often daily?
As I stated yesterday, about 5 shots of Fireball and 3 to 4 25-ounce beers.
And when did you normally drink? What was your routine?
Well, I couldn't leave work, so I'd go to work and I'd get off work and I'd stop by the liquor store in Port Wentworth on the way back to the house.
Well, what kind of drinker are you? Are you a blackout drinker or a pass out drinker?
Neither.
Okay. So you just said you didn't remember. You'd already been by the liquor store. I was wondering what going by the liquor store would have to do with affecting your memory.
I just don't have great memory. I used to do a lot of drugs.
All right. What kind of drugs did you used to do, Mr. Youngkin?
Cocaine and marijuana.
And let me ask this. In the weeks, days, and hours leading up to October 5th, were you doing cocaine, marijuana, and alcohol?
Not marijuana, but cocaine and alcohol, yes, sir.
When you did drink and drug, where did you normally do it at?
In the house.
Where at in the house?
So he was so honest in his testimony. I think he will come across credible to the jury. I think he will. I thought his testimony was powerful. I wasn't able to watch all of it, but he was the one that was working. He was the one that sometimes would pay for the daycare that they had arranged. Like, it's just, it's sad.
House.
On a dresser that was next to the bed,
So you would do it in the room where the kids were.
unfortunately.
You said the dresser that you put it on was in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you leave it on the dresser? Would you put it on a plate? What would you do with it?
On the dresser, it would be in a bag or snip it out of the bag or put a line.
So, to me, them getting into all of that about him, good gosh, because I did want to play some of her messages.
Unusual Google search. And this was through the testimony of a Chatham County police detective. Let's take a listen.
And when was it conducted?
October 1st of 2022 at 1:10 a.m.
And can you read into the record the text of that search?
Yes. Is it common for a mother to have resentment or even anger towards her child because of the father or another reason?
And I have seen this in clinical practice, and it is not healthy. Where if a parent has an issue with their other parent, sometimes they will take it out on the child. In my personal opinion, we saw that in the Christopher Gregor case. Christopher Gregor had an issue with his ex with, or not even that, they never dated. Sorry, not even, I'm sorry, I apologize. So Christopher Gregor, because that was, she has come forward and said that it was SA, and that's how Corey, yeah, that's how he was conceived. And Christopher, to me, seemed to use Corey to punish Bree. And that's not appropriate. It's not right. And it's come out that she allegedly hated the child because he looked like her ex. She seems emotionally unstable. And I don't know if this clip is going to play part of her video that she recorded. I don't think this one does, but I'm going to get to a different video where she is screaming and yelling and talking about having thoughts of unaliving herself. To me, that video came across as a cry for help with like that she was trying to get attention from her ex. So and they were dating at the time. So the guy that just testified that she was feeling like he didn't love her as much anymore and all of these things. And she needed intensive therapy. She should not have been around children. Yes, Sarah, that video. It's extremely troubling.
Dr. Brober, when you see that she's
Okay. So then they have somebody talk about that. It's so sad. So sad. And then her brother testified, and I want to share her brother's testimony. I'm trying to find her brother. Um, Anybody know what day that was from? Because I'm trying to find the brother's testimony. Let me go back to the chat. It seems like Quentin was loved. He was so adorable. Um, Somebody asked about why her mother wasn't charged, and we don't know what happened in family court. I do believe the mother likely lost custody of the oldest child, I'm guessing. I've seen reports places that the oldest child or that the children might be in DSS custody. I don't know that for sure. Um, Let me see. Where is her brother? To me, came off like the only words that are coming to my mind are a comedian. Like he was treating this like it was a stand-up routine to me. Y'all let me know in the chat if you've seen her brother's testimony. Let me know if it came off um like he was kind of joking about things. Trying to find it. Doo, doo, doo. Okay. Anybody know what day the brother was? Like day 3. Okay, let's see. Let me try to see if it was day 3. Thank you in the chat. Let's see, that's day 4. I already looked at that one. Let's see. Nope. And she had some pretty the text messages and a lot of the digital evidence was problematic, I thought. She was in the FBI was involved with this case because it started out as a missing child because she reported him missing. And yes. I found day 3. No, because that's him. I don't see the brother from day 3. It might be day 4. Let's see. This is so hard to find. Yes, brother's day 4. And you will get what I mean when I say that he's coming across kind of joking. Share screen, because people were commenting that Leilani was laughing, but I think he was joking though. And so, because I think sometimes the courtroom would laugh. So this is Paul, Leilani's brother. He didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't involved in this. He's just providing testimony.
When had you started living there?
3 to 4 months prior
Prior to what?
to the incident
Okay. Now, where had you lived before that?
with my aunt
Okay. What's her name?
Jackie.
Okay. So you lived with your Aunt Jackie and then you moved back in with Mom at some point?
Yes, sir.
Were you working in that time period?
Yes, sir. I was working at a warehouse. I can't remember the name. It was Eclipse, I believe.
Okay. Was it the same place that your sister and Danny worked?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about a normal day there. What did you do?
We loaded packages up onto trailers and moved them around the warehouse into different trailers all day, just stacking them and wrapping them and sending them off.
Now, when you moved into your mom's house a couple months before what you described as the incident, Were your sister and Danny and the three kids already living there?
Yes, sir.
Had Sky already been born at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what was it like living there with everybody in that house?
Well, pretty much every day, from what I heard and saw, it was just arguing every day. I mean, not between the kids or nothing like that, but it was between Leilani and Danny.
Okay. What about your mom?
Whenever my mom was there, they did argue quite a good bit.
And who's that?
Leilani and my mom.
Okay.
And that's whenever my mom was there, because the mom was the one that had custody of Quentin and the oldest. And I think DSS wasn't aware that she had a third child, because if DSS was aware, they likely would have removed custody of that child as well. That's my understanding from what I've heard from coverage of this case.
Let's go to the morning of, well, let me ask you this. Tell me about the kids, the three kids, Zane, Quentin, and Sky.
Zane, hyper, want to be in everybody's business. Well, I mean, that's average for his age, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then Quentin, he was an angel. Like, you could change his diaper. He'd lift his butt right up for you. No problem at all with it. You put the diaper, you tell him to lower his butt. He'd lower it, let you clean them all up. No problem at all. Zane, that boy had crap all up his head one time, and Leilani made me clean it.
So I don't know why he's going into this part of the story. Does that make sense? Like, so that's why I said her laughing sometimes. Like, he was saying things that could get a reaction from people. And because a lot of people took her laughing as being disrespectful, because I specifically had somebody comment about her behavior during his testimony. And to me, he wasn't being serious. Like, to me, I do not know him. He comes off kind of immature to me. Like, that's the feeling I'm getting, because the things he's going into, this isn't about Zane. Like, I don't know why he's going into this.
In the back of the car, man, that was a whole. I don't know how I managed that one.
Can I ask you this? Did you participate in the child care at all during your time living in the house?
Kinda. It was on and off. It was whenever they needed me.
Yeah. Tell us about your interactions with the kids.
So a few times I had to take them to doctor's appointments, which wasn't a problem because, people was at work, and I happened to have the day off or whatever, So I'd take them to the doctor's appointment because I didn't have to be at work till 2. And then I'd drop them off at the babysitter. And then whenever Leilani would need me to watch them, I'd watch them upstairs. I'd bring some toys upstairs into my room and let them play with it. Tell them, hey, that's your area. Don't mess with none of my stuff.
Tell me about watching them upstairs in your room.
They just sit there, play with the toys, want a whole lot of snacks. And of course, I wouldn't give them snacks right away. You ain't about to be all hyped up on me.
Does this include Sky, or are you talking mainly about Zane and Quentin?
Zane and Quentin, I didn't actually watch Sky. She was still, relatively young, like 3-4 months.
And so, to me, in his testimony, he was saying things that were kind of funny, or so to me, he was being kind of immature with his testimony. So I didn't hold that against Leilani, because there were a lot of people that were kind of mad at, understandably, like, this is a horrific case, and you would want a person to take it seriously. I also think there's significant generational trauma. I don't know if like, I would imagine that there are, I could imagine that there's probably a story there. And that does not, so what we go through, it is my responsibility to heal. That does not excuse anything. I wish she had received treatment. I wish she had done dialectical behavior therapy. It seems like she got her self-esteem from other people. because this is a message that she sent. She said, I want to feel beautiful, not barely average. I want to feel loved, not just liked. I want to feel wanted, not just tolerated. I want to be able to look at you and know it's just me, not wonder how many others there are. I want to feel like my body is worth showing off, not like it's just been trashed by having 3 kids. I want to feel the way you made me feel in the beginning, like I'm treasured and safe, not like I'm just here because you really don't have a choice. And that's a message that she sent to the boyfriend, who's now like ex-boyfriend. A message that she sent to him. And her defense seemed to me to almost be alluding to the fact of, did he do something to Quentin? But she's the one that they have on tape. She's the one that's on record. Like, they see her putting something into the trash. Like, there is no evidence that he did anything. He woke up the next morning and went to work. And he thought he might have seen him that morning, but, like, when he went back and thought about it, he didn't actually see him. And so she says, "Yeah, go get yourself some A. I know mine is good enough, never as or is as." I don't know. So I guess I don't know. That's an odd statement. Okay. I'm not gonna play all of this video, but this is the video that is very erratic. I'm only gonna play, like, a minute of this one. Be prepared. She is going to be yelling.
Mama tried. Your mama's not here no more because she doesn't want you. I do. I can't love myself. If I can love myself, how can I love y'all? I've tried over and over and over and I failed.
And so I wonder if she ever had any treatment, because that video, she seems like she was actively thinking of harming herself. I don't believe she did. I don't believe she has a mental health defense. I think her defense is the state doesn't have enough, or I don't, her defense is just, it wasn't me. That's what her defense is. But there is record of her lying to everybody, to the FBI, to the police, lying over and over and over again throughout all of this. And so, all right. Let's see if we can get into court today. I know they were on break earlier. They are still on break. Um, Let's see what happened before the break. So we're here for trial coverage. Oh, am I sharing? No, I'm not sharing my screen. I was like, am I sharing my screen? There we go. Okay, here we go. Okay, so how can a mother love one son more than the other? How is that even possible? So I think she hated Quentin's father. I don't think it was about the actual children. And I do think that she likely has a history of substance abuse. She likely has some significant issues. A lot of people like to try to say Sarah Boone has borderline personality disorder, or that she has some borderline personality features. I don't see that. I see more narcissistic features with Sarah Boone. With Leilani, I have not met her. I cannot diagnose her. When I saw all of this, so I work with people that have borderline personality disorder, that those features were what kind of came up for me. She Googled what? So I haven't been able to watch this whole case. What did she Google? Ah, an antisocial. Okay. And that's where sometimes you can get that dark triad where you have some of the like the only caring about one's own needs and that kind of pathological psychopathic type, and then the Machiavellism. But the emotions are to get people to pay attention to her. And everybody wants attention and everybody wants connection. And there are healthy ways to get it. And that Google search about resenting the child's father and then having anger and resentment towards the child. And if she was having those types of thoughts, that type of thing toward the child, I think she should have gotten some help for it. And so haha. Do I see psychopathic, sociopathic traits in Sarah? So I definitely get the narcissism. She did this thing. So normally with she does seem like she thinks she's above the law. I can't wait to hear her um the state's forensic psychiatrist perspective of Sarah, because I do think if somebody sat down with her for 2 hours and heard her story and talked with her, to me, she makes everything about herself. And so, um, those are all in the same cluster B category. So those are all in the same. So sometimes, let me see what um, I think cluster B, it's emotion regulation. So those personality characteristics are characterized by extreme emotional dysregulation and dramatic presentation. And yes. And so it's hard with Sarah to figure out if she's disregarding the needs of others because of the narcissism, or is it because of like an antisocial psychopathic type thing. It is hard. I personally think she felt that Sarah deserved it. I'm sorry, that George deserved it. Um, uh, ah, so did somebody mention OCPD? Because there is obsessive compulsive personality disorder, or those features. I am concerned that she might have cleaned up, like with the whole that she, because it's my understanding that there are drag marks in the video, and nobody in court has pointed this out, that when she woke up the next morning, realized he was there, that she might have cleaned up the apartment before she called before Brian came over. Like, what time did she realize all of this? And so, yes. All right. So let's play a little bit of court from today.
Same route sheet that obviously is here.
And then the driver.
Let me know how the sound is. If I need to turn myself down, because it sounds low in my headphones. But let me know how that sound is for you all. Let's skip ahead to this. Let's see.
It's the same thing here. Whenever you're relying on these records from your computer at your office, I'm going to assume you weren't riding with Mr. Lee that day, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So all you can do is rely on these records, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if there's any discrepancy or any issue or anything that's not correct in them, then you would be relying on faulty information, correct?
Yes, sir.
All the questions I got. Thank you.
Anything further from this witness?
I spelled caffeine wrong. So we're gonna move on.
Tell me what you know, why do route sheets get changed? I mean, Mr. Hilliard got you to say that you would be speculating, but how long have you been in solid waste removal?
Since 19 BC. 1976.
Why does a route sheet get changed?
Typically, a route sheet may change. The route sheet doesn't change what changes would be what we have an exception list. So for example, if a stop would come on or come off, it would just be notated in the front of the route sheet.
Okay. In any case, this route sheet is the one that was printed out and used by hand on October 5th, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions.
May this witness be released?
Okay.
Yeah.
To state and call its next witness.
Kennard Johnson.
I like how we can see the audio person right there in the court. That's cool. We can see their whole setup.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, sir?
My name is Denard Johnson, and with Waste Management. I've been there over 23 years in the business.
And is waste management different from Waste Pro?
That's correct. We're considered WM.
What does WM do?
Before you go further, Mr. Johnson, will you spell your first name and last name?
It's Donnard, Donnard, and last name Johnson, Johnnson.
All right, thank you.
It's Donnard, not Denard.
Donnard.
I need to apologize to you for mispronouncing your name for the past 2 years. Okay. What is your position at WM?
I'm the senior district manager for the coastal sites.
And what are your duties in that position?
I run the overall operation.
Okay, so I think this is more just foundational testimony today because I think that's just her boss. So that is that. Wow. Any questions for me about the Leilani case? And let me see. Any questions or about the Sarah Boone case while we wait for court? So court will be back on in about 40 minutes. That is our countdown. 40 minutes. And then and it sounds like the defense is only expecting her to be up there for a few hours if they have witnesses teed up for today. Okay. So I was talking in the chat about DBT Skills and this channel, Self-Help Tunes. I like that channel. Borderline Notes is actually, I think it might be run by Dr. Marsha Linehan. So Dr. Marsha Linehan is the creator of dialectical behavior therapy. She has since come out, and so I think it might have been about maybe 5 to 10 years ago, once her treatment was the go-to treatment for borderline personality disorder, anxiety, depression, all of these different things, she disclosed that she has BPD and that cognitive behavior therapy did not work for her. And she went and studied with monks. I forget exactly where, but she went to a monastery in some, I don't know, like she went there and studied with them because the roots of DBT are in kind of a Buddhism. It's learning how to emotionally detach, but it's the skills of how to do it. Because often individuals with borderline personality disorder can be all emotions or all logic, and things are black or white. And we live a lot of our life in the gray. And so learning to have wise mind, learning to walk the middle path, that can be very difficult. And she realized that people, they needed the skills. So telling someone, use your coping skills, calm down. Like, I don't know, like that traditional therapy was not effective. People needed the how skills. They needed to break it down into lists. And often with somebody that is trained in dialectical behavior therapy that does the whole program with groups, individuals, and crisis calls, those types of programs often are they provide very intensive services. Some therapists just do skills training. So I'm one of those therapists. So I don't provide, we call it adherent DBT. Like I don't provide, like I wouldn't call myself a DBT therapist. I would call myself a therapist that teaches DBT skills to clients that it's a good fit for. So that's not my main modality. That's not my main where all my clients get, DBT skills training, because there are some people that just specialize in just that. And often it's practices that focus on treating individuals like that. All right. How do professionals like therapists or lawyers deal with people who show very difficult behavior like Sarah Boone? How do you take care of your own mental health with clients like this? That's such a good question, because it goes back to what I was talking about me, for number one, having good boundaries for myself. So I personally, my clients know if they're in crisis, they need to call 911 like that. I'm not always available for crisis. And now, sometimes I am. I've had clients text me, I've had clients call me, and depending on the situation, we've been able to talk about it. I've had some clients that were eligible for intensive services, so they could get a home based therapist along with outpatient therapy. I've had some clients that have had to go to residential treatment, that have had to go to substance treatment. And so I work with people along, like, across a spectrum. Some of my clients we meet once a month. Some clients we meet twice a week. And so I have a big spectrum of clients. Um, as long as somebody is willing to do the work, I'm willing, I'm here and ready to help them. Now, I set boundaries, and some people don't like that. Now, the people that don't like your boundaries are the ones that need them the most. So I've had some clients that my style was not the right fit for them. I talked with somebody recently because I think they would benefit from equine therapy, from therapy that includes horses. I think that would be a good fit. And so this person might transition to that type of therapy. And so I don't think that I can help everybody. Yes, Sarah. So this is my thing. When I was a baby therapist. So when I was in training, I used to think I was the one that was helping the client. I thought I was the one that was, I don't know, like, I don't know. So I am a support. I had to learn emotional boundaries. So just because a client is upset doesn't mean I have to be upset. Now, there have been situations where I major things have happened, and I've had to talk to my own therapist, and I've had to consult with another therapist. And something I'm being careful about how I talk about things, because yes, there are situations that can definitely affect me, but I am a recovering people pleaser. My name is Dr. Barry. I used to want everybody to like me. I know that I am not for everyone. This channel is not for everyone. I have some people comment that, like, they don't like the audio, or they don't like I interrupt too much, or I don't know, like, people will make comments, and I recommend other channels to them. Like, if you don't like my audio, Recovery Addict has phenomenal audio. You don't like my perspective, please go to Court TV or Law and Crime. I link them in the description. And but those things used to bother me. It doesn't bother me anymore. So I am okay with people not liking me. I don't like everybody. So I've had clients that aren't a good fit for me. It's not just is the client, like, am I a good fit for the client? I also have to be honest. Can I be non-judgmental? Can I take a neutral perspective with this client? Is this client a good fit for my perspective? And I did star a question because it says, would you treat Sarah Boone, or would she not make it through the first appointment with you? So Sarah Boone, it's my understanding, I don't think she's received any treatment for trauma or substance abuse or any of those things while she's been incarcerated. I don't think Sarah Boone thinks she has a problem. So individuals with narcissism often don't present to treatment. An individual like Sarah Boone would bring their son to me for therapy, or they would refer George to me for therapy if George were still here. They often don't come because there's something wrong with them. They often blame all of their problems on other people, and it's protective to their ego. That protects their sense of self. And so that's sad that Tanika gets people being rude to her about her child, because sometimes she has to parent on stream. Y'all know I'm glad my kid is old enough to I started this channel in 2020, and but I really got into live streaming within the last year or two, and thankfully my kid is old enough that I don't run into that stuff. Sarah thinks she's always right. Like, I don't think she would want to be here. Yes, I am familiar with adult children of alcoholics and dysfunctional families. Yes. Um, that is a great resource for people and for individuals. There is a book, Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents, for people that grew up with self-absorbed. Let me figure the title, because the title is phenomenal. Adult Children. How to Heal from Distant, Rejecting, or Self-Involved Parents. And another book that takes that to the next level is Nedra Glover Tawwab's Set Boundaries, Find Peace. She's on Instagram, and I think she has a YouTube as well. But yeah, Sarah Boone, I don't think that she would last. So I would listen to her, but once I had a relationship, so I wouldn't challenge Sarah the first visit. So if Sarah was in treatment with me, about visit 4 or 5, I would see how she handled minor pushbacks, minor things, because I would talk to her about the cycle of violence, and I would ask some questions like, it seems like you're drawn to these types of situations. It seems like you're always the victim, and I really want to help you move to being a survivor. Right now, it seems like you don't take a lot of accountability for the things you do. Because I do think if Sarah gets out, she would be a very high risk to start abusing alcohol again. Though that's just, maybe she wouldn't. Maybe she really did learn from this. Maybe she wouldn't ever drink alcohol ever again. If she was found not guilty, I do think that she would be a high risk to go back into substances, and so that's where she would just stop coming. I would do it gently, so I wouldn't be mean about it. Like, I wouldn't be mean, and there is a type of treatment where you use the therapeutic relationship to push back, where I would say, "Sometimes you come across like you only care about yourself. So, you were late 10 times, and I never said anything, and I was 2 minutes late, and you went off on me, and so help me understand that difference." So I think she would get mad and walk out the room. I still say, and I've said it multiple times on multiple streams, Patricia Cashman was one of the best attorneys for Sarah, I think. This defense I personally feel is being led by Sarah Boone. She's the one that wants this. She's the one that wants to be found not guilty, but she is about to talk herself into second-degree charges. Like, a better defense would have been alcoholic blackout. A better defense would have been, um, that, like, the not intentional might have got her manslaughter. And instead, she's gonna go with self-defense, which she then has to say that she did it intentionally. Jenny's question is, since Sarah is going with BSS, self-defense due to PTSD, would we have seen her have more of a reaction to the video, seem more bothered, especially if she is showing Owens the suitcase? Um, Correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. Did it seem like she deleted the video? Some of the evidence hasn't been clear to me. I've gotten confused. So, because they presented the evidence and just let the experts say it, but some things haven't been explicitly said, and I confuse easily. And what I mean by I confuse easily is that, like, there I have some questions. This is the live trial feed. I don't wanna miss anything, so we have the live trial feed going here because we are T minus 27 minutes. I don't think they'll start on time. She is the picture of self-sabotage. Um, I was on Surviving the Survivor, and there was somebody that commented, there is no he tried because as a psychologist, there are more typical reactions um, to trauma, and Dr. G Explains recently did a video covering Sarah Boone's, I'll pull that up if you all wanna find that. He did a recent video, it was short, talking about right here, Dr. G Explains, from her body cam. He's a body language expert, and he talked a lot about her look of shock, but it's a shock of, like, that I think she was genuinely shocked that he was gone. She didn't seem to care because then he said that he saw anger. I need to stop presenting and then present again because I lost my audio. Stop sharing. There we go. I've learned the hard way that when I get a notification that something is wrong, that it was not, that it meant it. It really was that. So, he covered her behavior. Doo, doo, doo. Yeah, so Woman of Steel, if you would like the Woman of Steel, you can. That is totally up to you. Oh. I took a breath because I don't know enough about Sarah's past, and trauma can be about perception. Not but, like, what I mean by trauma and perception, so I think Sarah fully believes she is the victim in this case. But I don't know that she exhibits the difficult, like, I think she used alcohol to cope with anxiety. I think she legit had anxiety. I don't know that I would have diagnosed her with post-traumatic stress disorder. I personally wouldn't have. I wouldn't have. To me, in the videos where George is of past DV between the two of them, she seems to want the police to punish him, and it seems vengeful to me, like she's mad at him and she's getting back at him. Yes. So people can get PTSD from any type of trauma, and trauma is anything that overwhelms your nervous system, your ability to cope. Yes, Ryan the attorney said there is no typical. Yep. But the jury is going to have to decide, does this fit? if they get to the self-defense. I did. I agreed with Dr. G's video. I love his analysis. Um, Dr. John from Hidden True Crime is another great resource. He analyzed her interrogation video. I couldn't sit through it again, so I didn't watch. Like I couldn't sit through her interrogation again. The defense is saying that her battered spouse syndrome does stem from PTSD, but this is what she is saying now. So, this expert, Dr. Harper, met with Sarah Boone in 2021, I believe. Might have been in 2020. So, Dr. Harper has met with Sarah Boone multiple times. If I was the prosecution, I would have questions. How much has Sarah Boone's story changed over this time? Because this is the first time she's presented self-defense because she wanted to be found not guilty. She was going with the not intentional. Do we have to pull up one of her old letters? Like, if you look at her old letters, she said, "I am not a murderer." Like, she said, this was not intentional. Like, she said so much. And she also said that she did not remember recording the videos, and that makes sense to me. I don't know. I don't know. She didn't seem shocked by them, but I think she was so intent on getting her side across, and that didn't change anything for her because she tried to immediately try to minimize what we just saw. Uh, y'all think that's gaslighting? Like, where we're watching the video and Sarah is like, "It's not that bad." Ma'am, ma'am, ma'am. So how do you know if your nervous system is overwhelmed? There is a physiological response. Now something can be so I was in a car accident that at the moment, because I ended up having nightmares that night, the first 24 hours of that was difficult. It did not develop into PTSD. So you can experience a trauma and not develop PTSD. Um, and it was difficult to drive by the area where it happened for a little. I didn't stop, so, like, I didn't develop, because it didn't get so bad that I had to, in that moment, go to therapy for that accident. I went to therapy for other stuff, and, so there are things we know happen. I have a video, it's an old video. I like doing a lot of, educational videos. That's what I thought my channel was gonna be before the YouTube algorithm was like, You cover crimes now." Like, that's what you do here. Trauma. It's like an old video. It's such old. There we go. I did a video, it's old, and it's still public. I will put this in the chat if anybody wants to look at it later. Let me share this tab. So it's called Trauma in the Brain. It's 13 minutes. Let's go ahead and watch this real quick. Why not? We're just waiting for Sarah. And I will keep an eye on the I'll keep an eye on Court TV. So we will not miss anything.
I'm Dr. Patrice.
This was oh wow, this was old. I think I might have done this in Zoom. This was before wow, this video is from 3 years ago. This video is in Zoom.
Barry, and today I want to talk a little bit about how the things we go through can impact our brain. I thought it was important to start out with a definition of what is trauma. Trauma and traumatic events can include personal and private experiences, as well as public things, things that someone witnesses, things that somebody is exposed to. I saw a great definition that says something happens that overcomes us. It is too much, too fast, too soon, and there is not enough time to integrate the experience. Another definition of trauma is the experience of extreme stress or shock that is or was at some point part of life, and there's not enough time to integrate that experience. And we'll talk a little bit more about how that might look within the brain. Interpersonal violence, things that happen between people, tends to be more traumatic than natural disasters because it is disruptive to our foundational sense of trust and attachment. And it is typically experienced as intentional rather than as an accident of nature. The impact of trauma and the perception of trauma can vary across individuals. Two people can go through the exact same thing and come out very different. Not that one is better or one is right or wrong. It's just, as a professional, as a therapist, I know that if I'm working with siblings that both went through the exact same experience, they are not going to have the exact same response. And trauma can affect a person's whole self, their physical, emotional, intellectual, and spiritual functioning. Within the brain, the amygdala, that is our fight, flight, freeze, or fawn response. That is the part of our brain that sets off the alarm. It's also the primitive part of our brain, the part of our brain that is built for survival. The hippocampus stores our most recent conscious memories, that memory of what did I eat for breakfast? And we know that within a traumatic event that the memories do not get filed away in an orderly fashion within the hippocampus. They're actually stored as these little fragments throughout our brain. And often the sensory things are what are remembered and not necessarily the specific memories. And that's why it can be hard for people to recall certain details because these memories are not in an ordered and sequential way. When we are in danger, our thinking brain shuts down. If that amygdala kicks in, the only goal is to survive, and the goal isn't always to remember every little detail. This is why trauma survivors may at times have difficulty remembering the specifics of what happened. More generally, we have our thinking brain and our emotional brain. And the thinking brain is that neocortex, that's our higher order thinking, and our emotional brain is that brainstem and limbic system. The emotional brain typically kicks into gear when we are in a very stressful or dangerous situation. When the amygdala senses threat, it sets off an alarm. The thinking brain quickly assesses the situation and typically goes offline, and the emotional brain activates and triggers fight, flight, freeze, or a fawn response. When things calm down, then the thinking brain comes back and we're able to think about and process what actually happened. These are some resources that I found on Beacon House. The website is listed at the bottom. I will also put it in the comments. There is a survival loop where somebody can be constantly sensing danger and might be more likely to perceive neutral or sometimes even positive things as negative, where somebody saying hello, but in a certain tone, might trigger the fight, flight, or freeze response. And then the person isn't able to fully take in all the information, which can then make them hyper alert to danger. And it can just kind of continue this cycle. This other image talks about how the brain develops, and the brain develops from the bottom up. The brain stem develops first, and this is why trauma within early childhood can really impact later development. And there's research through the Adverse Childhood Experiences Scale where we know that if somebody experiences certain things, they might be more likely for physical, social, and emotional issues down the road if there isn't appropriate intervention early on or at some point within the lifespan. And medical systems, school systems, and systems being trauma informed are extremely important so they can adequately meet the needs of trauma survivors. The first thing that develops is sensory input and survival. Then, after that, our emotional brain, the ability to attach and develop emotion regulation. And then, lastly, is that thinking and learning brain. And there are times where I may be working with a 14-year-old that has a trigger and they may revert back to a younger time frame, or they might have never learned how to regulate their emotions. And that's where I use skills training to help fill in some of these gaps. This picture goes over the different areas of the brain that can be impacted with developmental trauma. And so the brainstem can trigger difficulties processing sensory information, significant anxiety, difficulty regulating heart rate, and unexplained medical symptoms. Within the limbic brain, developmental traumas can affect attachment, emotion regulation, and behavior regulation. And then within the cortical brain, developmental traumas can affect self esteem, dissociation, and cognitive problems. I really like this image by Dr. Justine about the fight, flight, freeze, and fawn responses. We often hear a lot about the fight and flight, and we don't always talk about freeze, that sometimes a person can feel stuck, immobilized. That's where sometimes dissociation, depression, and shame can be, or the fawn response, people pleasing, avoiding conflict, prioritizing the needs of others, difficulty setting no, and difficulty setting boundaries, that can be a trauma response. And when a person is using these things to survive a stressful situation, that is normal. That is totally okay. The problem is that sometimes people continue to have these patterns even once they are safe. And that's where working with a therapist to help not be in this constant state of fight or flight, or in this constant state of freeze or fawn, to not be in this constant state of survival when the person may be in a safe situation. Trauma can impact the actual development of the physical structures within the brain. And so at the bottom, there is a picture of somebody that had experienced significant abuse, and certain areas of the brain did not fully develop. And so we know that people need to be exposed to certain social, emotional, and physical things in order to have healthy brain development. I mentioned earlier that being in survival mode all the time and toxic stress can increase a child's heart rate, blood pressure, breathing, and muscle tension, and can cause some health issues, can impact memory and learning, can impact a person's ability to tolerate stress. Somebody that's in survival mode is not in a learning mode because the thinking brain is shut down and they're in an emotional state, which can make it difficult to try new things and learn new things because they might feel like they're dumb. It's learning something new might be something that's very difficult for them. It can increase difficulty making friends and can also increase stress hormones and the ability to fight infection where the person
Elaine, this is the second time today. So I mute myself so I can drink and eat my popcorn. So let's go back and say some of that again. So this is the YouTuber I thought I was going to be, and I do not have the bandwidth to manage two channels. And so I do have a playlist here called Therapeutic Resources. If there are, because on the community tab, I'm always sharing resources and tools, and there are other like educational channels that I follow, that I share with clients. And so if there are topics that y'all would like for me to cover, please just list it. I love to teach. I don't hopefully that comes across. And I love being able to give this general education. Everything won't apply to everyone, but I like sharing this here. So I'm just gonna go back a little bit. Okay, let's go.
increase stress hormones and the ability to fight infection where the person might get sick a little bit more often. And I share all this as these are some of the things that can happen. And just because somebody goes through something, that does not mean that they will have all of these things. Because there are some protective factors. There are some things that protect us from the negative effects of trauma. There are individual, family, and community characteristics that, based on research, we know can give somebody a chance at a more positive outcome. Some of those individual characteristics are cognitive ability, self efficacy, or the belief in one's ability to succeed. An internal locus of control, the belief that the person does have some control over the things that happen in their life, versus
Every person I've met that has fibromyalgia has a ACE, has an adverse childhood experience scale score of at least like 7, or it's normally 10, but they normally have a significant history of childhood developmental trauma. And what that can do is that fight or flight part of the brain, it causes our body to be in this fight mode all the time, which can cause inflammation. Like, it causes a biological impact. I'm not a medical doctor. I study these things, and I try to take a holistic approach when meeting with clients, when talking with clients. And so I work with clients that have chronic pain. And when their stress goes up, their pain goes up. When their pain goes up, their stress goes up, and it can become this vicious cycle. And so there is, like, polyvagal theory. There are things that can help to stay in that parasympathetic, that more relaxed mindset, versus being in an activated state all of the time, which is easier said than done. And that's where, like, specific recommendations, tools, resources, that's what I try to do in therapy with
an
clients.
external locus of control where nothing is my fault, I can't control
Sarah
anything,
Boone.
I don't have any say. If someone is still within an unsafe situation,
Oh, cool.
then the first objective would be
Go
for
with
them to get safe. But once they are safe, that is where they can start to take control over the things that they do have control over, like their emotions, their behavior, their responses, and start moving towards the life they want. Some more individual characteristics are having an easy temperament and having good social skills. Family characteristics are having a good family connection, supportive parent child interaction, and having social support from extended family. And then community characteristics, positive experiences in school, community resources, and maybe some positive community activities, and then support from friends, mentors, other people within the community. Resiliency is a trait, it is not a state. So it's not something that you have or you don't, it is something that can be developed. And it is viewed as a vigorous approach to life. It's a sense of meaningfulness, it's that internal locus of control. And a way to conceptualize this is the ability of a person to bounce back from challenges through feelings of control, commitment, and the ability to see change as a challenge. There is a great book called The Obstacle is the Way. And 2020 was a really, really rough year, and things continue to be different, and we're continuing to adjust. And there is a way to look at situations where you acknowledge the difficult parts and then you also see any of the positives. And that's where a lot of people encourage, instead of saying, I'm stuck at home, to say, I'm safe at home. Instead of saying physical distance, talk about physically distant. We are physically distancing ourselves from others, but we are not cutting ourselves off socially from all people, that we do have other ways to connect. Post traumatic growth goes one step beyond resilience and is the ability to thrive in spite of and often because of what a person has been through. Post traumatic growth is also reflected in strengthening of relationships, a sense of connection, and these are relationships with safe people, and also an increased sense of personal strengths. It is also an awareness of increased possibilities in life. Here are some quotes that I really like. And the one just talks about, if you are currently safe in this present moment, being able to rest and experience that safety with a regulated mind, with a regulated body, that I know I am safe right now. I know this will fade away. I know this is a natural response. I know that I'm not in danger. I know that a panic attack can't hurt me. I know that I'm getting enough air. I know that I'm starting to relax. I know that I feel calmer. I know that I'm going to be okay. That sometimes saying some of these things back to yourself in the midst of a situation that is extremely difficult, but is currently safe, is not an unsafe situation, that a person can ground themselves in safety when they are physically safe. Healing is possible, and the body often heals with play, the mind heals with laughter, and the spirit heals with joy. Here are some of the resources that were cited during this.
Resources.
And this was developed for a class in Chicago. For people here on YouTube, if you have questions, you can put them down below. And I hope you have.
So there was a school program in Chicago that asked me to do that. I lost my audio again, so I have to take it away. But so it was a program in Chicago that asked for that breakdown for their kids. And a friend of mine is a social worker there. And so we were able to do that. Okay, I'll have to try the audio. And so and Emily, no need to share details in the chat. I appreciate that everybody feels safe here. I don't know everybody here, and so the reason why I say, because sometimes people will come to therapy and they'll say, I think something might have happened, but I'm not sure. And so I don't go digging for, but like if there are signs, if there are things going on with a person, but that's something we do in therapy. I am not here looking for therapy clients, so my practice is fully booked. I am here for free education. So this is for, and if you're looking for a therapist in your area, I always have resources linked in the description about how to find a therapist in your area. I do not like BetterHelp personally. If you ever see, but I do accept their AdSense. I'm sorry. So, but I do not. They only pay the therapist. They don't pay the therapist great. And normally, I've heard horror stories with BetterHelp. Some people have had phenomenal experiences with them and great. It's just not one that I personally recommend. There is openpathcollective.com if anyone is looking for reduced services. The therapists agree to a reduced rate of between $30 and I think like 40, 45, I don't know, but like there's a reduced rate for services. And oh good. So I'm glad that people have had a good I would not let I would not promote that platform, and I never have, like personally. I think I have one or two videos on why I don't like them. So I personally would not promote them, but sometimes they put ads on my video. And so that's why, but like I don't say I like them. um because telehealth is the same. So like with telehealth, you can use your insurance and find access to a licensed therapist, and it will be cheaper. So um because sometimes the therapist on there, from what I've heard, sometimes they will prefer like text messages, and you are paid, like you have to pay because it's cheaper to message the therapist than to meet for video calls. And the whole thing is, uh, I feel like you could get a licensed therapist and have a diagnosis. It's my understanding that BetterHelp can't diagnose. So if you meet with a BetterHelp therapist and then you need, because they can't recommend that you talk with a doctor about medication. It's my understanding that there are limitations. They don't write notes. So like that's my like the therapist, they don't have to. There are some therapists that do it just to protect themselves. It's more like mental health coaching than actual therapy to me personally. I That's from what I've heard. It is not a healthcare organization. They also got in trouble for selling client data. They were, and they're probably that platform is trying to create an AI that can interact with people instead of therapists. And it's my understanding from what I've heard that they were using the message, like what they could see the therapist saying, they were using that to train their AI, which is problematic for me. Um, so for BetterHelp, there is no intake paperwork. It's my understanding. Like, things could have changed, but from what I've heard, it is an app. It's an app You pay money in the app, you can't use your insurance, and you get connected with a therapist that hopefully is licensed in your state, but they don't verify that stuff. Uh, they don't want you to have you can't have major issues. Like it should be something mild, maybe moderate, but yeah, I'm not a fan. Ooh, like ugh, ugh. So I agree with you, Jenny, that an AI therapist. Now, sometimes you can ask ChatGPT questions and sometimes it gives you decent answers. My thing with AI is that sometimes it legit hallucinates. So if you ask ChatGPT a question and it doesn't know the answer, it's always going to spit out an answer. Like it's not going to say, I don't know. Like it's always now if it needs more information or but it can provide inaccurate information. You have to verify it. And oy, oy. We're still waiting. So let me see. So, um, ah, let's do a little. So I have a book. It's Turning Crisis into Clarity: How to Survive or Thrive in the Midst of Uncertainty. It is available on Amazon. It's not a hard read. I have some YouTube videos about it. I might have a playlist. There might be a book playlist. I'm not sure. I know I've done multiple videos on it. Part one is just survival. It's finding peace in the storm, healing old wounds, surviving uncertainty, turning pain into purpose, avoiding self sabotage and imposter syndrome, and helpers need help too. And that's where I go into some of that stuff. And then part two is thriving: strategies to build resilience and thrive, holistic wellness, coping with grief and loss. All right, I'm checking out the court. Forgiveness, raising resilient children, and then additional resources. So that is a breakdown of the book, and it's in Audible, and I recorded the Audible myself. And yes, yes, yes. All right. Hopefully we'll be here soon. All right. I am going to take a real quick comfort break. Okay. I will be right. Told y'all real quick. Make sure that you use the bathroom, you have your lunch, that you are ready to go. Uh, I have my snacks, make myself small. She's getting ready. Have your drinks. Wow. I wonder if she prepared a statement. So is she gonna get up there and read it? Uh, I am just I'm preparing myself because I know she's going to try to make George look like the problem. She is. Oh, she's not allowed to read a statement. Okay. I wonder if they're just notes. And I think the state, if you are up there and you have something that you're using to refresh your recollection, the state can ask for that to be entered into evidence. So you always want to be careful if you're in court, if you take anything up to the stand with you, that it's something that you're okay being entered to evidence.
Back on the record, case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state, William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for this Boone.
County Henderson from Ms. Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black jacket and blue blouse from this morning. We will be standing when our jury enters. She is in custody, but out of any restraints. As she is testifying first, once we bring in our jury, she will walk to the jury box and be sworn in front of the jury. State, we're ready to bring in our panel.
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to get the redactions done. I put a disc on Mr. Owens' notebook there. Has the case number on it and 3 black dots in Sharpie, just so that a random way of saying what it is.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting that done over the lunch hour. Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
I've got a couple of issues.
Yes.
Number one, Kevin Beck is working on.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Beck has appeared.
For the record, I'd like to make 2 points about this issue, about whether or not I can bring in evidence of prior bad acts, prior to the overt act. And there's 2 reasons that I believe I should be allowed to do so. One is, Judge, in that 2-minute video, Sarah Boone makes a statement. That's how I feel when you choke me.
She did.
And then some moments later, that's how I feel when you cheat on me. And she's angry at him, and she's talking to him. She's talking to him in an intoxicated state, and she's expressing her anger and why she is angry. And I ought to be able to elaborate on what that is that she's angry about as it relates to when you choke me. That's my first motion.
Okay.
The second one is, Judge, on this.
Before you proceed with the second, is the second intertwined with the first?
No, I mean, it's a similar argument, but related to something else.
Okay, response.
Judge, I don't disagree that they should be able to bring that in once they've established an overt act that is imminently dangerous to an objectively reasonable person. I believe that's the law.
Any other further arguments, sir?
Not on that issue.
Motion's denied. Court again is going to rely on the Supreme Court's guidance in these situations based on Holland 916 Southern 2nd 750 at 1.760 through 761.
My second.
Wait a minute. What did he just do?
Court's guidance in these situations based on Holland 916 Southern 2nd 750 at 1.760 through 761.
My second argument ties into what he just said about what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances facing an imminent threat.
She's not reasonable.
A reasonable person would perceive the overt act on the part of Jorge Torres that was witnessed by Sarah Boone. Would that be perceived by someone as a imminent threat?
Him trying to free himself from suffocating in a suitcase that she zipped him up in. Is that what we're calling the overt act?
And to some degree, you have to understand the history of Jorge Torres and Sarah Boone. They were together 3.5 years. They were engaged, but there had been a history of violence. And
She was never going to marry him. I think they were engaged because that was the ring that she wanted back. But if she married him, her alimony would end.
from the evidence that's been presented, facing the circumstances in total, if you take what she said at various times, you would understand that she became concerned when he came back from Publix with that second bottle of wine, because she knew when Jorge Torres gets to a certain level of intoxication, he gets sad, he gets moody, and eventually he gets belligerent, and sometimes he can be violent. So she knew when he brought home that second bottle of wine that it was not going to be a good night. And she tried to keep him occupied and tried to keep his mind off of his troubles, because she knew that if he reaches a certain level and is dwelling on his hardships, that he will react to her in a violent way. So she had that state of mind with that understanding of her history and his history in his overt act, which she's going to testify to, coupled with the fact of her state of mind based on her past experiences with him in that intoxicated state and the fact that he is violent. So she was hypersensitive to danger and fear. And I think that ought to be allowed in as part of her collectively an overt act. So it was culminated by his state of intoxication coupled with his overt act created the well-founded fear for her to block the attack, to self-restrain or physically restrain Jorge Torres in the suitcase, to actually use the bat to prevent him from getting out of the suitcase, because she knew she was going to get attacked.
And the basis of the opinion of about to be attacked is predicated on the prior incidences of violence, correct? Based on
Well, there's an overt
knowledge.
act committed by Jorge Torres, but she was heightened because she knows when he gets to that level of intoxication in that scenario, and that's an issue.
So I need clarification. What is it that you're asking me to do?
For me to be able to elicit from Sarah Boone that she was concerned once that second bottle was brought, and that's why she tried to placate him over the course of the evening, and that's why she had a heightened sense that he was capable, Judge, due to his degree of intoxication, that he may act violently towards her. And the problem is, a lot of the problem is, Judge, he doesn't remember battering her the next day. That's part of the reason that she videotapes him and photographs him. She starts to document what happens so that she can show him. She loves the man. She adores the man. She wants to marry him. She wants a life with him. But she started being beat on. And so that all ties into her behavior, her sense of nervousness at that point. The reason she was so confident during that 2-minute video is because she knew, okay, this is my chance. He can't get to me. I can tell him exactly what he does that bothers me, that hurts me, and how I feel. And so that's all tied together with then he starts to try to get out of the suitcase, and she reacts the way she does.
Response.
We held these arguments already. The court has ruled there are no new arguments being made. The court understands exactly what Sarah Boone, the defendant, said to Dr. Werner on October 2nd. The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper over the period of a number of months and years, and there was no overt act. The overt act has to be something that is objectively reasonable to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death. What the testimony is not that that's what has occurred, that there's her new testimony is this generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that. And I'll just remind the court that her previous testimony is, it's all fun and games, we're laughing, I zipped the suitcase shut, we're still both laughing, it's funny, and then the decedent says, I can't breathe, and then she flips a switch, gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe. And then that's when she starts beating and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with the bat. We've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor after there being no overt act. She can't start it and then say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started doing these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid he would come out and harm me or kill me. Well, Judge, if I pull a gun on you and I say, give me everything you own on you right now, and then you in turn pull a gun on me and say, bam, 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 and shoot and kill me, and I shoot, let me strike that. You pull a gun on me to defend yourself, and then I shoot and kill you. I can't assert self-defense. I can't say, well, Judge Kranick pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death, because I was the initial aggressor. I was committing a forcible felony. That's the facts of this case here, according to her previous testimony. And the state concedes if she wants to change her testimony again, that's one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But if she testifies as she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts. You know what she has said.
Judge, she hasn't testified. She hasn't testified. Dr. Harper's testified. Dr. Warner's testified.
They have not testified. They've given depositions.
Well, given depositions, but she hasn't testified about the act in question. She hasn't testified about the event in question. She had consultations and evaluations by Dr. Harper where they had discussions that Dr. Harper could relate in her testimony. Dr. Warner can say what was said during the evaluation. Again, both of those were not recorded. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment, but it's up to Sarah to tell the truth here today. She's under oath. She's under oath today. She's got an obligation to tell the truth. If he thinks she's made prior inconsistent statements, it's up to him to impeach her with those inconsistent statements.
To the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts, vis-a-vis, he got the wine and I know what happens when he gets it and everything that follows from that, those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance and circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done. You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, et cetera, as you've proffered. That's bad character evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which.
So I don't think this is a delay tactic. I think this is the defense trying to get in their information before Sarah says, because I don't know that they're going to get to self-defense. And once a jury hears something, they can't unhear it, because we might never get to battered spouse if she doesn't say something that like justifies what she did.
Inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 404, 9404. And the carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard. It's an objective standard. The jury instruction 3.6F identifies it being an objective standard. And the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard. And Akendo, the second DCA in 2023 stated the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard, but the standard must be applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land. It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else?
We cannot talk about any prior bad acts or anything of that nature until we talk about the actual event, the attack.
Yes.
Correct? You understand?
Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else, State?
Okay.
Defense, anything else, sir? All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
You have your card. George Lane for a second bottle of wine. We also have Judge K. He had to take a few breaths. Judge K took a moment of zen. He really did. We're going to catch up
Seated.
with the live.
Members of the jury, after seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state has rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your first witness.
The defense would call Sarah Boone.
Raise your right hand, please sworn. Please do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, ma'am, you could take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SARAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
I was born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
Okay. And from that time, y'all moved, you and your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. You all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes.
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
So you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah.
Um,
You remember the date?
it happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be, I would.
Sustained.
Just answer the question if you can, Ms. Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay. After you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years?
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes.
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Brian were married and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
Right. And y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
At some time after you and Brian split up, did you meet Jorge Torres?
Yes.
All right. Could you tell the jury how you met Jorge Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and a change of scenery.
All right. Now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
Okay.
So she's already making it all about her. And she's trying to say she bucked up to leave her what? Because I don't know that they were separated when she met George. I think her and Brian were very much together. I don't know that that's true, but so she's trying to gloss over the fact that she met him at a bar. They they met at a bar.
Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No, when it has been sold.
Okay. So you met George Torres before you got the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was
Love bombing. It's probably
it was
great.
strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me. And I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And 1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met. And then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian?
Yes.
And then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Winter Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home, and I needed to find somewhere to live. And
so did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes.
So you did have a consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement?
For the most part, yes.
But you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic, make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. So I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I would consider us a couple. At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up?
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So again, on again, off again.
Yes, this was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Yes.
And y'all had actually agreed to marry.
Red flag. If you're on again, off again in the dating phase, red flag. Red. I don't have a red flag. I'm gonna have to find a red flag. That's a red flag.
He had asked me yes a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right. So tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach.
She's very much making it all about herself. So
Objection's overruled for now.
he was so in love with her. He wanted
Now, Ms.
her.
Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up over the course of the day. So do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning. What y'all did that morning. What you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs, February. So you would have gotten up, y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes.
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3:00.
Okay. So you would have been responsible to pick him up and he would be spending the night with you that night.
Yes.
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean.
Yes.
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes.
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
Yes.
So at some point, y'all finished your chores, right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
Yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine, so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine.
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
Yes,
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
My car.
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk.
Yes.
I know at some times y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes. There was a AutoZone convenience store with in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome, our complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
Okay. But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish. And how did you took your car?
Yes.
Did George have a vehicle?
He did not.
And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card.
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Well, did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2.
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Teff is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business and I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home. Y'all weren't going out for dinner or?
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there and we just had drinks and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming, we both were looking for a job and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable. And at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in and then did
She comes off incredibly controlling to me. She felt he needed a change of scenery. That's to me, that's odd. That just comes off controlling to me. It just does. Just does.
Y'all do anything else before he left again? Y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes. After, I believe it was after it was right before I believe that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His two daughters.
So I think because this question is that her way of trying to appear caring? So she talked about how she took care of him and how she was the best thing for him in the interrogation. To me, it comes off condescending. Like she looks at him as less than her. I don't know. It doesn't. Oh, so Jules is tweeting that the jurors have stopped taking notes. Because this has nothing to do with how he got into the suitcase and why.
Daughters are located in Pennsylvania.
And what are their names?
Why?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
Why?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right. Does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And where does his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
I didn't understand why we needed to know the names of his children. Like this that has nothing to do with any of this.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. The first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe he did. It was just for a moment.
All right, now whose phone y'all using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone. So it would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone. So we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
Yes.
Videotapes?
Yes.
Text messages?
Yes.
Phone call?
Yes. He and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well?
Yes.
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
Yes.
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
Yes.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
All right, now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm going to list them if that's okay.
Okay.
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
Okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes.
Are they close by?
As far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes.
They live here as well?
Yes.
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
Yes.
Okay. So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
Yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over and it was going to be get ready for the evening.
From what I recall, and she sounds incredibly intoxicated. I hope the prosecution comes at how alcohol affects memory, because it does.
Evening for the day, what do you want for dinner? You know, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in? Kind of thing. And that was my understanding. And
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
For what?
Cigarettes.
Okay. And you learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card
yes.
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
I personally think that she asked him to go to Publix to get another bottle of wine. I don't know that he would have used her debit card to buy remember, she had just bought a new pack of cigarettes. Oh. I wonder if they shared cigarettes? Because remember, she had just, because she was mad when they took her pack of cigarettes. Like, I don't believe that. I don't believe it at all.
Right.
And you saw the Publix video of that.
Yes.
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
It was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him.
Yes.
So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but.
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George. And
is he a dog? What?
Or I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Did you every piece was finished or was?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right. After the puzzle, what did y'all do?
Hope so.
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with
Okay, so now we are using her son's art kit, which was a gift from his grandmother while we're intoxicated. That's what we're going to do right now because we're so into art. She's so self-centered.
with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child,
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home. And then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoy doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go.
Is he 5? So I don't talk to my husband that way. I wouldn't. So if my husband and I are doing art, I wouldn't tell him everything you make. That's how I talk to my And I don't tell my 6-year-old or my 7-year-old that everything he makes is a masterpiece either. I have thrown away some of my child's art because it was not a masterpiece. I wait until he goes to bed. Okay. So I don't do it in front of him, but he is missing because at school they do so much art. They do way, way too much art. And so I love it. I love that they do art. I end up getting rid of some. But I, who talks to an adult this way? And she doesn't even realize that this is like not how you talk to people.
And we would just paint and, you know, paint and drink, yes, and listening to music sometimes, and yes.
Now, with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Is there some dancing going on with the dog?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be
Do they not realize that this is hurting their defense? They are describing Sunday fun day with alcohol. Like that is the prosecution said it was Sunday fun day until he wanted out of the suitcase, which is not self-defense. Like I'm sorry. I can't.
a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room, and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off
Go to bed.
that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say
If you remember, his brother said that he got emotional when he drank. Like that he could sometimes get, I don't know if he said it in his one-on-one interview or if it was on the stand. I wonder if he was sulking. So alcohol is a depressant. It is. And so some people get sad when they drink. They should have went to bed.
that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
All right. And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Both of you.
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head down on the couch, that would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
She looks annoyed. Like that looked annoyed. Waiting for him to find me. That sounds annoyed.
Your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom,
That's right.
and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
So you were hiding?
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what, I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mhm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over.
I was laughing. I'm sorry. So Nightbot has a mind of its own. So sorry.
And I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Did we know this? I thought it was her suitcase. Did we know that this was his suitcase? Did we already know that?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because
How did the suitcase get downstairs?
of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also
All about her.
from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you're gonna put inside of it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there?
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man,
Why? What does it matter what's happening in your head right now? Because ma'am, you zipped him in it. She's adding things, in my opinion, she's adding things to make the story make sense when it doesn't make any sense.
we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes.
It's
So tag your it would make more sense that you go upstairs and count and then come and find me while I hide. But you don't hide in this. But like she's drunk. She's so drunk. Drunk people have trouble following directions. That's why the instructions for sobriety test are kind of complicated. And the officer says them in a particular way that is hard to pay attention to if you don't have all of your, like if you're like be sober, drive sober. And this doesn't make any sense.
a pretty big suitcase.
Yes.
How big is George?
George was my height.
How
And
tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
So she's the one that's just offered up to the jury that she's been incarcerated that all this time. She's the one that said that.
Yes.
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right, so because of his thinness, is that how, and he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay, so he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay, when you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right, tell us what happened.
I mean, I just I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right, so what happened then?
From there, it was just, we were laughing about it. And it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then
She is so obsessed with making things like being understood that she adds details that don't matter. I don't know that this part matters, but okay.
kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had gotten in there to hide and he pulled the top
Yes,
on top of it, but you could tell he was in there.
yes,
You saw him right away.
yes,
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up?
yes.
And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
We just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes.
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels, and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
Did I miss something?
Well, the suitcase had, for me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped.
So I talked to him while he was, I guess, not able to get out for a moment. That's shady talk to me. Like, if I was on the jury, this would be a problem for her.
You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around, and it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes,
So after you did that, what did you do?
that's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the, I guess the jest in it.
So, I think she was intoxicated. I don't think that was a conscious decision. I don't think I personally don't feel she thought anyone else. I don't know. I don't know that the way she's describing it is how it happened.
For him to understand that right now I feel safe, and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
and you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not have,
Yes.
but you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Does that hurt their self-defense case? Because she's feeling safe because he can't get out. But ma'am, if you don't feel safe, unzip the suitcase and leave. You can't I can't lock my husband in a closet because what? Like you can't do this to people. You just can't.
Did
Yes.
you heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
That was yesterday.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time or the next day, was it
If he experienced it, why would he need to see the video? If he had survived, why would he need to see the video? Because that's not funny. That is not at all. There's no jest. Like that is torture. That is not okay.
fair to say you don't even remember a videotape?
I do not.
So
Ma'am, I'm sorry if I yelled. If you don't remember how wait. You don't remember doing? Then how do you remember everything else?
at the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember a videotape?
I do not.
So
I guess the next day she doesn't remember making the video, but then how do you remember what you did and what you were thinking when you recorded it if you don't remember making the video? Her memory would be better immediately following that event than her memory 4 years later. That's not how memory works. It's just not. This is so bad.
from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
Oh. Of what you wanted to say about it, not what actually
What
happened,
did you
in
say?
my opinion. Uh-oh. We're gonna fast forward. She looks happy to be up there. I wonder if the jury's gonna notice that she looks giddy. Like, she looks happy to be up there. That's weird to me, personally.
Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time?
I don't
and
care.
Explain.
What was
Explain
George
that.
feeling?
You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well,
That's anxiety.
I understand that. Okay, I understand that. But
I think he will.
would it be fair to say
Maybe
that
tomorrow or today.
you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay.
Are they proving malice in a deprived heart? Is that what they're doing right now? She wanted him to suffer. That's what I heard in what they said. She wanted him to feel pain. Okay.
Now, at some point, you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video that was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
Did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
Yes.
I'm sure so.
Okay. Go ahead, tell the jury.
And it got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase, trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got.
Stop doing. This is the biggest Darvo I have ever. How am I trapped in a suitcase? What am I doing to you? What do you mean? Stop doing this to me. How is George doing anything to Sarah? I don't believe that he was cussing at her. Please, like, what? Like, this is worse than I thought it was gonna be. But like, oh.
Got out of the suitcase.
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase.
And Jules is reporting that the jurors are looking at each other. The jurors are like making eye contact with each other while she's saying this. Okay. So if you're following Jules so she's a little bit, because I'm probably like 2 minutes behind. So Jules is reporting that the jury is looking at each other. Like, ma'am, he wanted out of the suitcase, and you should have let him out. Leaving him in there was second-degree murder.
Yes.
And shook it.
Yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
She's about to pick up a bat.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
He had every right to be. He had every right to be.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Call 911.
Yes.
Don't go to bed.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split-second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
I thought I thought it was his bat. She used her son's bat. It's George's suitcase now. I guess it's his suitcase.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes,
And you said you poked him with it?
yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here and then
So the grip here,
prodded at it. Yes,
you grabbed it with both hands here,
yes,
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
Photographs.
Yes,
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
yes,
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
yes. Finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
Did you zip?
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split-second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, Sarah,
yes.
Just wanted to. He couldn't breathe.
had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No,
She's digging her own hole.
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
yes,
But he's saying he can't.
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
no, at all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
Performative to me.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Leading.
Terrified is more of the word.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
When he's,
It's not there.
did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop.
He was the one who
being
was
angry
escalated.
because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband Brian, did you not?
I did.
I thought the phone was downstairs. I thought the phone in one of the interviews, she said the phone was downstairs, that the phone wasn't upstairs with her.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
When you tell the truth, you don't have to have a good memory. When you lie, you have to have a really, really good memory.
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
Threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't
Yeah,
know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
Yes.
But he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what?
Doesn't make sense.
The threat you heard was he's
going to
say the word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
Notice she didn't look scared when she said it. She didn't look scared to me when she said that. Like when Ashley Benefield was talking about the things her ex would say, like she would like cringe. I don't know, like you saw her fear. Sarah doesn't seem, she's saying she's afraid all the time every day. She doesn't appear afraid to me. Now everybody shows their anxiety different, but this is unique. And let's keep going. They're going to approach about something. She doesn't look afraid.
The jury outside.
Uh-oh.
I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as at this point in time.
Testimony from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet.
So this is outside of the presence of the jury because I think they're trying to determine, has she made a overt act yet?
And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing. It's all fun and games still. And then she zips it, and it's still fun and games, and everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is
off camera.
Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe. He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and Clearly unable to get out under his own power, despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises. She can't start to do this out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge, and you pull a gun, I can't shoot you in self-defense. She started this.
She started
this. There was no overt act, and therefore we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence, because that's simply just what the case ended up being.
Yep.
Thank you.
Response.
Judge, this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things.
But that's
The evidence is uncontroverted that Jorge Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase.
according to the
By their
defendant.
interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase. And the playful nature of what was going on during those few minutes prior to the video. When the video is turned on, there's a 2-minute period where
Do you know what we never heard about? I think one of the neighbors talked about hearing arguing around 7:30. We never heard what that argument was. Like she's presenting the great day defense. Like something happened. What was that loud noise coming down the stairs? How are we just overlooking all of this defense?
they're talking, he's saying, I need to get out, I can't breathe. She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing. And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some things involving their relationship. A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontroverted. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video. We got the 11 minutes, we got the 22 seconds. And there's no video, there's no audio, there's no eyewitness, there's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words, there were threats. He got his hand out of the suitcase. She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm. She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. When that didn't work, she started poking him with the bat in the suitcase. Eventually, she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase. She put the bat up. When she realized he was not going to do that any further, she flipped him over right side up. She still had a fear, knowing that if he got out, she would be harmed. He would beat her up. She went upstairs. That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her, using the word, I'm going to fucking end it for you, or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words, just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase. If she would have let him out, and this is now this is an event involving an omission, failure to act, failure to unzip him at that point before she went upstairs. the failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have created a situation that she believed was imminent bodily harm to herself.
Call the police. He's in a suitcase.
And I guess I'll get a couple of examples. Let's say that a police officer is called to a scene and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect and the suspect may be armed. So of course the officer pulls out his revolver and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds.
Whoa. Trigger warning, because I wonder if the person doesn't have a weapon. Like that's a major trigger for me. Like that's I might be about to get real mad at Owens.
Suspect, and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist.
A lot of unarmed people, especially Black people and people of color, have been unalived for phones. My son does not play, my 7-year-old does not play outside with toy pew-pews because of Tamir Rice. Like, Owens.
The officer fires and shoots the suspect. The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm. The officer has to react instinctively. There's no time to think. Similar to the actions that Sarah Boone had to take.
No.
Another example, you're in a bar with your buddies and you've had something to drink and another group has had something to drink and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends, seeing that it's being escalated and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this other individual, maybe he's had too much to drink and he's more aggressive. So you go around behind this individual, and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him, you lock him up. That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the neck and you choke him. Physical restraint to block an attack.
But can you unalive the person?
That's what she was doing with the suitcase.
No.
If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand inside just before she went upstairs.
Thank you. Court's going to review all the case law that it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with an oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
Wow. I love that Judge K is taking a pregnant pause. What? Is that a pregnant pause? I don't know. That's what the judge and the Carly Gregg, he did not play, but in like he was let's go to live. Wow. Wow. So I'm Dr. Barry. I'm a licensed psychologist. If you haven't liked the video, just you can give the video a quick like. It just helps the little algorithm. I did not like Owens's example of an officer that thinks the person might have a weapon, because a lot of people do false reports because they think somebody might have something. The officer, and it's hard. So being a police officer, that is a hard job. That is a really, really hard job. And so when I am pulled over by the police, I do not move. So when they come over, they say license and registration. So I'm not pulled over often. Okay. So like it's only happened. I've been driving. I'm 42. I've been driving since I was 16. And I've been pulled over 3 times. I think two tickets, maybe 3. Oh gosh. So, okay. So pulled over 4 times. One time I did not get a ticket. One time my license, my tags had expired, but I had new tags. I just hadn't put the new tags on my plate. So like it was technically fine, but I needed to put the new plates on. The other 2 times I did get a ticket, but it was 19 and 19 over. I thought the speed limit was 10 miles higher. It was not. And then another time it was, I think 15 over. I think it was like 15. I thought the speed limit was 10 miles higher than it was. And so I told y'all I have ticket money. I'm not a big speeder. I just like to go 5, 10 over. Leave me the left lane. We'll be fine. I'd love to live in Germany with the Autobahn and go as fast as I wanted. That would be awesome. But what Owens described, I think it could be improper. There have been officers that have been convicted for doing things, for feeling threatened and acting on that feeling when there was no actual threat. And victims, people, the cities have had to pay millions of dollars to families, which those families just want their loved one. They don't want the money. They just want their loved one back. They want change. The George Floyd Act, which still I don't think it's passed Congress yet, but it's to create a national database for police incidents of misconduct to make it easier to track problematic officers, because those few problematic ones make all the rest look worse. So most officers do what they're supposed to do. There's there's some that don't do what they're supposed to. And so no, so I've never lost my license. Poor Christina. So I've never lost my license. I've never driven reckless. So 20 is reckless. I remember I was going 19. So when the officer asked how fast I was going, I don't know, because I need him to tell me what he clocked me at. Because I'm gonna pay the ticket for what he clocked me at. Sir, I thought the speed limit was 45. He's like, no, ma'am, it was 35. Sorry. Okay. And so Terry, I hope that we can have change in the United States and really advocacy for laws, for things that help protect, because it helps make the police safer as well. It helps make everybody safer when we are not acting in fear. So you don't want to make a decision out of that hyper vigilant, fearful space. A little bit earlier on this stream, I talked about trauma and the brain. And I played an old video but that I did 3 years ago in Zoom on trauma and the brain, and just how a person can be in this chronic state of fight, flight, freeze, people please, and we don't want to live there. So when you're hyper vigilant, you're actually less safe. I'll say that again. When you're hyper vigilant, you're actually less safe, because when I'm in that stress response, we were not made to live in a stress response. Not at all. Like we were made to live most of our lives in that parasympathetic response. Like I don't want to be on edge all the time. And I work with people with CPTSD and also with developmental trauma. And one of the first things we do is work on ways to regulate their body, for them to feel more in control of their body, of those stress responses, helping them find peace, because it not only ruins unsafe situations, you can also physically be safe and feel unsafe. And so there is an expert that can get on the stand and say, Sarah Boone was fearful. Sarah Boone was upset. And like that she was in fear for her life and her actions were justified. There is an expert that will say that. There was a history of DV between the two of them. If you watch that video sounds angry, vengeful, and then she was intoxicated, and I think she just kind of forgot about him. It didn't seem like she cared to me personally. It just is. And so regulators, let's go.
All right, we're back on the record. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, case number 2020 CF 2603. Appearances for the state.
Chief Registrar on behalf of the state. William J. the state.
Defense.
James Owens from Miss Boone.
Connie Henderson from Sarah Boone.
Kevin back on behalf of Sarah.
Ms. Boone is currently seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. Court has the opportunity to review the case law, review the arguments provided by both the state and the defense. Court finds that a overt act has been established. The case law is clear that a scintilla of the providing of an overt act is sufficient to provide the self-defense jury instruction. An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something that's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly under the authorities that the court has reviewed. As such, the court is going to find that under Holland, a overt act has been established and will allow the defense to proceed with evidence of reputation and specific instances of conduct and battered spouse evidence, so long as the necessary.
Honestly, this was because now she can be cross-examined. This brings in her history of DV towards him as well. She choked him in the past. Okay, so this is going to bring in everything. And I do think this will help the case. Yes. So Afton said it. This protects the case from appeal. If there was anything that would have been appealed, it would have been this decision. Excuse me. Let's keep it going.
Necessary predicates are established for those items. Any questions or clarifications with regard to the court's order state? Defense.
I think it would help if we went through my exhibits involving the blow-up photographs and these other photographs, because I think some of it was contingent on the court's ruling. So I don't know if you want to try to deal with all of them one at a time in front of the jury, or whether we want to just talk about them ahead of time so that we know.
Are there any objections to those items?
It depends on the items. I was shown a lot of different things, including like a rap sheet between the victim and the defendant stuff.
I've taken that.
We need to, I'm happy to take care of some of this stuff in advance.
I'd rather do it now
Yes.
so that it's not up, down, in and out with.
The leg.
We zoomed. I didn't do that for TV.
Okay.
Identification.
So they are figuring out what evidence is going to be allowed for this part of the case. This is good for Sarah Boone, and it gives the jury the option of, I guess, of a self-defense jury instruction. It does, and that is good for Sarah Boone. My heart breaks for George's family. I've heard there are at least 2 family members there, and they are, the defense is about to drag his name through the mud. I cannot wait for cross-examination. Okay. I think cross-examination is going to be good. Because I don't think her story holds up. How does she all of a sudden remember those statements? I hope the jury learns the first time she's ever said anything about him threatening her during that time was just now on the stand. Just now on the stand, after she's tried over and over again to get that evidence in. Like, she just came up with that. But when she met with Dr. Harper, I think they've met at least 4 times. In all those meetings with Dr. Harper, that never came up. With her meeting with the state's forensic expert, that never came up. That never came up until she learned in order to get that evidence in, she had to say something. She hadn't went far enough yet. And we'll see. Yeah. And I my heart just breaks for his family, because if she was that scared, if he was saying those things, she should have called the police. She could have called, I don't know, Brian probably wouldn't have answered. She could have, she had so many options, and it's just, it brings up emotion.
P, identification, defense identification P is 2 photographs of an incident in which.
No objection, as long as foundation's laid, et cetera.
They're going back.
No objection, so long as appropriate predicate is established.
Now, these next ones are individual photographs, not composites, but Q for identification is 1 photograph.
Is that part of the like stuff that we already done?
I was told this was separate from the burn. This was I think a slap or something. Not the burn.
The state can also bring up the fact that she said on the stand that she did not remember. She did not remember what recording the video until she saw the video, and then all of a sudden she remembered what had happened. But she's never said any of this to anyone before. She's just now coming up with this story. And Dr. Lewis, so I did a video I did 2 videos. So I did a video where I actually talked about Dr. Lewis's testimony and suffered through it, which was very painful. And then I did another video where I just talked about, I didn't show the testimony, I just talked about it. The video where I showed her, that I think that video might have been one of my biggest YouTube checks. Might have been. Like that video did very well. Yeah, so I'll put it in the chat. I think if you go to my top videos, I'll put it in the chat. Go to my channel, and then Letitia. Let's see. I should just go to YouTube Studio. It's easier to find it from there. Okay, I'm gonna unmute them.
It's one of the other. Oh, go ahead and say
A, identification for A.
Were these the ones that we addressed pre-trial?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem with that being demonstrative aid.
Okay.
In terms of introducing this as an exhibit into evidence.
Duplicative, repetitive.
Is it contained in K through Y?
Yes.
Then, is that accurate?
I believe so. I mean, I know the clerk probably doesn't want the blow up, but
If it's
it's going to be easier to handle, the clerk to handle the 8.5 by 11.
if it's, I'll allow you to use it for demonstrative purposes, but I'm not going to accept it into evidence as it is duplicative. What's already in evidence is X, defense pre-marked X.
And then identification C.
Same thing, it's in the photographs.
That was either, it was one of the earlier ones we addressed. M or N was the staircase. Okay, for the same reasons, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it's duplicative as the exhibit itself will be entered into evidence, presumably.
So, D, identification.
Same thing, it's one of the photographs and it's on the state's digital.
Any disagreement that it's included in your pre-marked?
I agree.
Okay, then same ruling. It is duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification E.
Same thing.
Is it included, sir, in K through Y?
Yes.
Then for the same reasons, it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes only.
F for identification.
Same thing.
It's included in your submittals?
Yes.
All right, same ruling. It's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be accepted into evidence.
Identification G.
Same thing.
Is it included in your submittal, sir?
Yes.
All right, for the same reasons, I find it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but not seeking it into evidence.
H.
Same thing.
Yes.
Same ruling. You can use it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be received into evidence by virtue of it being duplicative.
Identification I.
Same as T.
Any disagreement with that, sir?
No, sir.
Same ruling. Court finds it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification. Madam Clerk.
Hang on, is that the house?
It's either Delta or B.
I think that's Bravo. It's at the defendant on the porch with the two dogs.
Yes.
That was pre-marked before trial as Bravo.
B. Same.
So with the Letitia Stout case, with Dr. Lewis, there might have been times where Dr. Lewis accurately identified dissociative identity disorder. She prided herself on finding it when no one else could. And she came to the defense of a lot of famous, people, a lot of people that did horrific things. And she always thought, it seemed like she thought only a person who's insane could do this type of behavior. When within psychology, we have psychopathy. We have people that just do things that are horrific, that because it's almost like they wanted to, or it's a problem. And psychopathy, antisocial personality disorder, isn't a reason to be found.
Out there.
Okay. Any other exhibits with regard to Ms. Boone at this point in time, Mr. Owens?
No, sir.
State any reason why we cannot ask Ms. Owens or Mr. Owens to continue his inquiry of Ms. Boone and have her return to the witness stand. All right. Mr. Owens, anything else we need to discuss, sir? Sure.
Let me see if we were. All right, y'all. So I can continue streaming for about another hour, and then I'll be going live with Tanika's 2 Cents and Misha Janice at 8:30 p.m. tonight to talk more about Sarah Boone. All right. And then anything I can't cover tonight, I'll cover Thursday. So wow. I'm gonna make a thumbnail. Over here multitasking.
Judge, I think we're ready.
Okay. If we can bring Ms. Boone back up to the witness stand. Once she is seated, we can bring back in our panel. Let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
Jury entering.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense, you recognize our jury.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All can be seated. Members of the jury, again, you could, once seated, raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Boone? So I think we left off. You had called your ex-husband.
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Okay. Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes,
Did you sleep in?
She was drunk.
not intentionally.
Okay. But you didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you?
No.
Not intentionally. Oh my gosh. You were hungover, ma'am. That's why you drank 3 bottles of wine the previous night. So don't forget, the bottles of wine they drank were actually 2 bottles of wine. And they drank a half, which is 1 bottle of wine, and then 2 of the others, which, oh my gosh.
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No.
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
Yes, my phone was ringing.
And did you answer it right away?
No.
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
See if you're gonna get your son.
To make
Consistent?
sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
Why would he be
Free
doing that?
that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
Or tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking.
Ma'am. So nobody else understands her. Nobody else understands. And he's calling to confirm. So she's ignoring his call. That's where I wonder, was she cleaning up? Did she already was she cleaning up?
for jobs and so on and so forth.
Because the bottles of wine were in the trash. The apartment was pretty clean.
So I inevitably just let it ring, and I laid in the bed, and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs. And when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believed that he had left. And
Did you check to see if where would he be looking for a job at?
usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all only have the son's laptop
Correct.
and the TV was not
That's probably a school laptop or something. Oh my gosh.
working at this time?
The TV was not there.
So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase. And
Let me stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase, or coming out of the bathroom?
No, where our bathroom is, I would have to go to the bathroom here. And then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it for the jury.
I guess I was aghast, and I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
It was terror to
Bless you.
a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering.
But so it's not showing on her face at all. Like she's saying terror. I'm not getting terror from her. It's just
And then he was still in there.
deceased.
So what did you do?
I immediately unzipped the suitcase, and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him. And I pulled him out and I stretched him out flat. And then I began instantly trying to do CPR, and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything. And was just screaming his name over and over and over again. And come on, George, come on, George. And I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling. And
What color was it?
what color was he?
Yes.
He was purple.
At some point, did you call your ex-husband?
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly.
Is this now Brian's fault? He's notorious for bringing him over in inopportune. What?
Drunk or doing
Wait.
things.
Oh.
My ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Ryan was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
So you called him.
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt like seconds were hours. Yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes.
Did he walk in?
Yes.
Did he walk out?
Yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes.
Did you love George?
To this day.
I need to see that again. Because I'm not sure if she's capable of love in general. I'm speaking in general. Individuals like her sometimes have difficulty loving people for who they are. It's often like what they mean to them or what they're giving them or what they're doing for them. It's not about the actual person. And so.
Did you love George?
To this day.
The shaking the head and not so in body language. So I'll love to see Dr. G Explains go over this, but I'm not sure that she actually loved him the way other people love. Because once again, I've said it before a lot. If that's love, hate me. Hate me. Mm-mm.
Why did you love him?
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me.
It's all about her.
George and I were two bodies with one soul, he and I would always say.
You need two
I
souls.
don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
Poor Brian, because Brian actually, he loved and took care of her. Like, Brian was there for her. To me, I think her issue with Brian is she couldn't control Brian. Brian, the minute she started drinking, Brian did not accept that part of her. Brian was not going to allow that around their child. So I just, wow. So soulmates. And somebody brought up enmeshment, and I've talked about that on the channel before, because she's talking bad about him to his family. She's cussing at him. Like, that is not love. That is toxic AF. It just is.
George has some good traits, doesn't he?
I'm sure.
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
He did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
If George was able to, he would drink from sun up to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and just have a life, a normal life as best as I could, somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement, at one point it was from wine we could afford vodka. So a lot of the times he would take my car and my debit card and go buy.
So vodka was her drink of choice. If you ask Brian Boone what was her drink of choice was vodka. That's what Brian said. And now she's going to try to blame the vodka on him.
The large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day.
Can you imagine George drinking all of her vodka? I think she would go off on him if he drank all of her vodka. I don't believe this.
Of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
All right. And you said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then
Approach.
So I'm working on the thumbnail for the.
Specific date?
Sorry. Okay. So I'm gonna rewind a little. So I'm working on the thumbnail for the video for tonight, and with I haven't added myself yet, but once I add myself, it's gonna be 3 like curly chicks. Like I don't know, like I feel like we need a podcast or something. Me, Misha, and Tanika.
I'm going to show you defense exhibit for identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
There are gonna be injuries.
Are those 2 pictures of your body?
Yes.
Did they show injuries to your body?
Yes.
Were those injuries caused by Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of Jorge Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
Do you remember this occurrence?
I don't. It was so often.
You don't remember a specific date,
I don't.
but you're sure that that's you?
Yes.
Is that the injuries that what's the injury to the rib cage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So, when we used to go over to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his.
Sustained.
Do you know what happened did George cause these injuries?
Yes.
Bleeding, but maybe, I guess.
Were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this instance.
Probably.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure I know how to do this.
Mr. Owens, may I give Mr. Tackett just a number, please? Thank you.
Mr. J, would you be so kind? Thank you.
And I need to ask permission to publish it.
Yes, sir. You may do so.
This is not Judge.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on the top where you can use to. There you go.
Are we live?
Is that you?
More injuries.
Are those injuries?
More injuries.
I'll show you identification.
Yes.
Okay, do you remember this incident?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off of the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my thigh as hard as he possibly could and said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of Jorge Torres slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Q in evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 3. You may, sir.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
gonna go to Jules's chat and see what the jury's
I'll
doing.
show you identification, defense identification S. See if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
Is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was very drunk, and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck and my phone in his crotch area and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him.
So she's talking directly to the jury right now.
And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse? That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house. And he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave. And my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, just is screaming, give mommy her keys, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, you know she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to.
So I wonder if they're going to ask Brian questions about this incident. I wonder what Brian's perspective of this would be.
Try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder, and he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Judge, I'd like to offer this to the evidence.
Okay.
What was it pre-marked as, counselor?
Looks like S, but not important.
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
Ms. Boone, for the jury's sake, is this the picture you were referring to? Is that the nail, or is it on? Still on?
I believe so, yes.
I'm showing you a composite identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the injury, the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
We'd like to offer identification L in evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as L will be received into evidence without objection as defense 5. Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes. It
Okay.
was extremely painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
Is that your thigh
Oh my God, yes.
and your knee?
Yes.
showing you composite exhibit for identification. Okay, 4 photographs. Did you look at those all 4 before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
So
I'm
George stabbed me in my
I'm
leg.
checked out.
I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to.
What did the medical records say? Did she almost bleed to death? Did he hit a major artery? I almost bled to death.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have 2 nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and make potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George is drinking the entire time and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And
She's focusing on all of his drinking, and to me, she's minimizing any of her behavior.
had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and put the I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie, and he starts being very
I think that the defense has the records. I think they do.
rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, I'm having to encourage him to eat. If you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat.
That escalated quickly. Trigger warning, this might get, because she's alleging SA. So trigger warning, I don't know what's coming next. But every other time she had asked if she should curse or not. And okay. But it's fun. She doesn't have to ask, but that escalated quickly.
Started to
Was
eat.
this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously, I was not going to be able to eat. So I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to
So she's telling a story about when she almost lost her life. So Sarah Boone's expression of emotion is especially on the stand. So this is where I think she wants to be perceived as having it together, as intelligent. She also wants to be seen as a victim, but strong or something. I don't know. She wants to be seen in a certain way. And her emotions seem blunted to me, where she's talking about an emotion, but I don't see it. I just don't see it.
freak out and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the
like she's talking about it's almost like she's talking about what she had for breakfast. Like the emotion that she's saying this with is just,
towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels and towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs and he's still begging me, please don't call 911. Please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious. This is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink, and I looked into the mirror, and my lips were blue. And I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name. And then I turned to him and I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before
she was willing to drive, why did he have to come with her?
anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there,
How did you get to the hospital?
originally he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight.
So she allowed him to drive drunk? What? I thought she said he was drunk.
We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk,
Did you go to
being
the
silly.
emergency room?
Yes.
All right, and did you get treated there?
I wonder if they were sword fighting. The silly games they play, sword fighting makes more sense than I cook steak and he was mad about the way his steak was cooked. Because are we eating steak on the bed in the bedroom? Because weren't we in the bedroom? Like, we have steak knives, sword fighting with these two. That, I'm sorry, but like, that makes more sense to me.
Yes. I was bloody, and
All right, let me show you the photograph. I'll show you this. All right, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
yes, I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officers?
Yes,
Did you stick with the story that you and George had agreed?
I did.
Judge, I'd like to offer this composite exhibit.
Is defendant.
She look unhappy.
This is that one, do you want? Good.
Ugh.
But you,
I do.
so can you step down and show the jury?
She wants to show the jury the scar.
Mr. J, you may. Out.
Is this the injury here?
I'm laughing because she's moving his tie so that they can see it. These two are way too, but like not in a weird, but like okay.
Looks like there's an addiction.
They're
All right,
they're
I'm
just they're
showing
too.
you identification. T, you recognize that photograph?
I do. Yes.
All right. Looks like you got an injury to your lip and to your face. You call this event?
I was trying to sleep and
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm not sure. I know that he had been drinking. This was one of the instances where I would go upstairs to try to go to sleep. And
But y'all drank together a lot, did you not?
sometimes yes.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up and continue to drink and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times yes.
You were done, he was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
So tell us what happened.
I'm sleeping in the bed, sound asleep, and he comes into the room and grabs me by my hair a lot of the times. And from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where he, from grabbing me, scratched me and got a hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
all the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce identification T and evidence.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 7.
Oh, permission, Paul.
You may, sir.
All right, you see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip?
Another injury.
And marked as exhibit. Can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Okay.
This was the first time that I ever called 911.
Why does Owen seem so robotic? Does Owen seem sad? What's going on with Owens? Can we get Dr. G explains to explain what's going on with Owens with all this? I don't think Owens is sleeping. Is Owens okay? Is- or maybe he's trying to just seem solemn during this part. I don't know.
911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance. And at some point, I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went. And the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So,
Driving drunk.
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Was she the one who was actually cheating? I'm laughing a little because when narcissists cheat, they blame you for cheating. Okay. So when an individual who has narcissistic traits, when they're the ones that are actually smiling, flirting, like doing stuff, they blame you for cheating and you're not doing anything. So she was talking. He, wait, I'm going to go back for that one. He found out, like, I spoke to another man? What?
Well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka. And I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore and you're such a slut and fuck you and everything. And
This video is getting demonetized. It's okay. YouTube, just going ahead, put the little yellow mark by it. Going ahead. I don't mind.
my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my.
And I'm not, so this is not funny. And if George did this to her, that was wrong. And when people are in an unsafe relationship, they should leave. If a relationship is toxic, please. And relationships are extremely hard to leave. I have done videos on leaving relationships. I think their relationship was incredibly toxic, and I wish that if she felt so threatened when he was in that suitcase that she would have called 911. That morning when she found him in the suitcase, she should have called 911. Like, it's just what she's describing is absolutely horrific. It's horrific. I think there are parts being left out, and he can't say what else happened with all of this because he's not here. His voice has been muted forever, and
my tongue off. And because of the amount of noise, I guess, my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete. And I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me, and I pushed him off.
okay, so this is to explain why she choked him, because there are marks on him from her choking him. That's what she's trying to explain away right now.
And he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch." And he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously blacked out. I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay. The police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
I wonder if her story is the same. I wonder if what she just said is the same as what's in the police report. I don't know.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
A stomp?
Stomp.
With his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
We ask that this be identification you be admitted today.
What was pre-marked as you will be received without objection is defense 8.
Was that the next day or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the eye?
Yes.
Now, the police were called, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Let me go to the judge.
Oh, thank you, Kelly D. I know. Wow. Thank you, Kelly D. Remember, so I do this for fun. Okay, that's why I'm here.
Do you recognize that? You have to speak up.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And is that just like the injury to your nape?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your nape?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground. And I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking?
So I am so glad I'm not shouting into the void right now, okay? Because I would be like, my fingers would be so tired from all of my anger and frustration. I would be over in Emily D. Baker's chat, so mad. I would be over on court. I would be somewhere streaming this with you all. And so I'm glad my schedule worked out to be able to say these things directly to you all. Watching this with you all makes it more bearable. This would be, I would be so upset if I was watching this on my own. And Denise, we have been here since 9:15 this morning. We started at like, I think before 9. I think I went live at like 9:05 or 9:10 or something. I don't know. So we have been here all day. And thank you all for being here. Let's keep it going.
Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
He wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Insecurity, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like.
I'm Eastern. I'm Eastern.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection as defense 9.
Now, Ms. Boone, were you treated for this or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son and I just cleaned it up.
You what?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
Bart, I'm showing you identification W. Defense identification. You recognize that photograph? What is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your arm with some type of injury?
Yes.
Do you remember this?
Over to Emily D. Baker.
Multiple times, yes.
She's gonna, I'll put her over.
Talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured your arm?
Jorge Torres.
You remember this event?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated.
I mean, I can't say for sure that, yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, we would be drinking.
Identification W and evidence.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as defense exhibit 10. You may, sir.
All right, it
Sustained.
Tell me, I'm sorry, tell me, you said it's just from the grip?
What I'm holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not drinking.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another. I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my home.
Why?
They were from George taking them, including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
Well, tell me, explain how that happens.
Now, what might have happened is George might have had a fear of abandonment or rejection from Sarah. And when she would withhold love or affection or attention from him, he would probably desperately want it. So I could see, I've sometimes seen relationships like this where one person is like, it's a toxic dynamic between the two of them. But when one person says, I don't want to be with you anymore, the other person escalates and is like, no, no, please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. I love you so much. I love you so much. And in my opinion, Sarah would have loved hearing that, would have loved like, oh yes, please tell me exactly how much you love me. So I am going to cover season 7, Love is Blind. Okay. I might need a palate cleanser on Saturday. We might have to talk about season 7, Love is Blind, because it is a mess. Even if you haven't seen it, even if you don't watch it, the weddings are tomorrow. I hope they all say no. I hope they all say no. And I'm going to talk about why shows like the Love is Blind, why it's not really love that sometimes built. Now there have been a few successful couples from that show, but a lot of it does not work. A lot of it is toxic, and it's so I fast forward through a lot and I watch it on 1.5 speed, I think. So I fast forward through a lot, but it is. So I think we're going to do that on Saturday. I will need a palate cleanser from Sarah because this week is all going to be Sarah Boone. Okay. Let's, I'm, I'm going to put, if you would like to check out Emily D. Baker's stream is here. If you want to head over to Surviving the Survivor, you can head over to their stream. I will be back tonight, and it'll be me, Tanika, and Misha. Misha is a lawyer. Tanika is a true crime. She's your true crime lovelies. People often think that we are triplets. And so we are going to talk about Sarah's testimony later tonight. And I'm super excited. I haven't had an opportunity to collaborate with them yet. If you are members, or if you are because you can watch on Tanika's stream, you can watch on Misha's stream, you can watch on my stream. No pressure. So we are all going to be streaming it to our channels later tonight. Thank you. I really try to provide a balance and to provide education, because I don't call Sarah Boone delusional, because she's not delusional like Lori Vallow. So Lori Vallow is so committed to a delusion that she lost touch with reality. She was unable to work with her lawyers. She has these religious delusions where she doesn't believe man has authority over her because she's reincarnated at like Lori Vallow. Those are delusions, okay? Like that's psychosis. Lori Vallow. Now, Sarah Boone, she has a lot of personality characteristics, in my opinion. And I think the state's expert might be bringing up personality characteristics as well. Because all of this came in, please know the defense experts are coming in and the state's expert gets to come in. And the state is going to ask these experts, how do most battered spouse syndrome, what's a common method that they use? Have you ever heard of somebody using a suitcase to trap? Like, no, this is not what people do. Would someone who's in that type of situation, would they just go upstairs and go to sleep? No, you would flee. No, you just wouldn't do that. This doesn't make sense. And so I think the person that had the outburst in court, that person might have had some psychosis or delusions. Sarah Boone has an inability to accept information she does not like. She has an inability to accept responsibility for anything she does because her ego is so defensive. Sarah Boone, in my opinion, is incredibly defensive, and I do not think she's going to do well on cross-examination. My guess is that Sarah Boone is going to have a lot of trouble remembering things and all of that. So I think, Dr. John over on Hidden True Crime did an interview with Colby where they talked about his interview with his mom. I did play an overview and talked about parts of the interview and how people can heal from that. I do have a video on my channel talking about his interview with his mom. I did not play the entire thing. The interview with just Colby and Lori was incredibly hard to watch because she is so disconnected from reality. And I was disgusted that she tried to blame JJ's death on Tylee. Like I just can't with Lori. And it broke my heart watching Colby. That's his mom. And you could see him wrestling with a lot. And I wish him all the best as he continues to heal. And I appreciate you all. I'm gonna go make some real money. So I have some clients tonight, and then I'm with clients tomorrow. But I will be back at 8:30 p.m. tonight with Misha and Tanika. I hope y'all have a good one. Bye.